So there was basically this little circulation that was kind of just along some sort of like convergence area, a little bit of rotation, but not really much. And then another surge of RFD hit it in the back and then pushed it forward into the inflow and it spun up and became massive, which think I know someone with a loop out for it, so you can kind of see what it looked like on
Okay, that next
velocity.
No. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes tornadic within the next 30 minutes. This cell up near Moreland. I would not be surprised in any way, shape, or form.
It's trying. It's trying to make a hook, but it's like it's not quite there yet. It's trying.
Organized though. It's pretty inevitable at that point.
I can't tell how tapped the environment is, but
that cell
zoomed in. Oh dear.
So and that cell on the southern side of on the southern end of Nebraska, south of Hastings, does look to be still
I got another warning.
in front a little bit.
No, there we go.
At this point, this is just a preemptive because this, as we all know, with QLCSs, they can pop up anytime, anywhere on this line.
Plus, remember, is this the same office that issued the first one earlier?
Yes.
Yeah. So now you're going, uh-oh, I just had this happen to me. Here's another one trying to do the same. Just get it out. And at that point, history is now taking over. It affects your radar thoughts. It's like, I'm not going to let another one, because that would probably sneak up and go, whoa. And they probably had to hurry that out. And now they're going to pay more attention. It's like, all right, if I see another one that looks anywhere close to that, I'm firing. It affects you.
I actually think this is an update to the previous tornado warning, because it does look like they've cut back the tornado warning to
okay, is it a continuation? No, it says new.
Actually, gonna send some obs in. I'm actually pretty interested.
This one says squall line, and the other one says severe thunderstorm.
Okay, Smithville just went confirmed.
Ah, darn it.
Oh.
Darn it.
All right, guys.
It's already, it's clearly on the ground, 100%.
Let's see if we can. It's moving. It moves. It moves.
It's hard to see there.
I saw some random person on the.
Smithville, yeah. I think that's been on the ground for a little while, guys. It's only now that it's really.
I think they're trying to find it with the camera.
I don't know, but that could be an automatic.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This EMA is the EMA literally is like in like the tornado. Like this is the Smithville EMA 911 center.
All right, guys.
Probably something there.
So hold on. I want to really quickly. Also, so if we look at the larger view now of what's going on, we're about to have a really constructive merger near Sun City, just northwest of Sun City. That looks like it's going to be very constructive. We also look.
Cookville.
Waynoka is. I mean, that looks poised to go at any time. The cell near VC just underwent another merger. Also, we can see all of these discrete cells down here. Which right now, what's happening? The reason why nothing's being produced from a lot of these discrete cells right now is they're still behind that second dry line.
DC ball got a whole lot bigger on Smithville. All right.
I'm going back. I'm ping pong between.
That's
that's back to that.
You hit something big.
Take a look at that.
Oh wow!
The camera can't see it, but I'll put the camera down here on the
camera can't see it, but radar can see it.
I think the thing we're dealing with in Smithville is that we do have. It might be wrapped in rain. And if the tornado is wrapped in rain, if it's wrapped in rain, it's going to be impossible to get a good look at that tornado until
literally like exactly where the camera is on this stream. So I would think it's not this way. I can't.
It looks occluded. It looks really occluded, like behind your gust front here. You can see how it's generally towards like the northwestern side of the cell. It's probably just being steered by the low level flow at this point, sort of to the northeast.
You're gonna kick
while the
yourself.
supercell moves to the east.
Guess what just got warned? Guess what just got warned?
The cell we've been
yes.
following in Oklahoma.
Moreland. Wow.
To the east of Moreland.
We don't even care about that observed one. We're just gonna go to this.
Look at this. I literally said, like, look at it. It's trying here, and then you can just see it trying to hook.
Yeah, VNotch.
It's trying.
All right, guys.
Also, can we get a warning on this one already? Thanks. Okay, bye. Oh well, I'll take that. Let's see if anyone can see it.
Yeah, well,
No.
not really. You can't tell.
Oh, he's going to try and find it. Let's see if I can see my older brother's car. My older brother's storm chasing right now.
Wait, you can see his car. Wait, hold up. How far?
I don't think I can. But I know he's chasing in Oklahoma right now.
Oh gosh.
It's bound to be like extremely. I was up here. My bad, son.
All right,
I'm going to see if I can.
Let me actually put in something into special coverage chat. The reason why nothing is producing right now is I just sent in some obs. Take a look at where you have two different dry lines. You have a dry line with deuce, basically it's due southerlies on one side, and then southwesterlies on the other side. And what's going on is that dry line was the main dry line, but it actually mixed out due to all the sunshine. And now we have a new dry line forming between about mid-60s dew points and due southerlies, and then southeasterlies and about 70-degree dew points. So the cells need to head a bit further east to reach that second dry line so that they can get into that deeper moisture.
And then on the right side, we're going to have the hail, big hail, and rain in here. So updraft, what goes up?
Definitely has to come back down.
Yeah, I am trying to stream the news coverage from KWTV, the CBS affiliate in Oklahoma City. So,
the magical world of Discord only allows one person to screen share at a time.
And I don't really have an intention of screen sharing the KWTV coverage.
You can see Chaser convergence zone going on this road. I still like how almost everyone picked this. Darn it! Didn't I literally say, "Can this one get a warning?" Okay, thanks, and it just got a warning.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think John just like he says stuff and then it just happens. So we should just like.
I think at this point we should.
Honestly, John, we should just put some duct tape over your mouth so that way you can't speak.
Yeah, I've already had one earlier. Remember?
I think at this point we could assume that
I'm really sorry for saying this, but remember that forecast product I put out, and sure enough, Sterling issued a flash flood. Like, she issued like 3 of them, I think. Go figure. Go figure. When I put out a product for the Appalachians, it goes haywire. Down here.
That's what
one. Watch the pop up on this guy right here.
If it can get its act together,
really rotating one way or another. That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh, this one's trying.
I'm gonna check satellite really quick and see what's going on. Oh,
sorry.
Yeah.
I should have.
John, I'm gonna drop a tornado now that you said that. Good job. Here, let's see.
I should have told
Nothing
you
much
That's
happened.
not funny. Let me try and make this vitamin water in the trash can.
Guys.
I missed.
What's up?
Look what I just put into special coverage.
Let me look.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. I think I showed that earlier.
Oh,
Look at the clearing out on the southeastern portion of that line.
Yeah.
No wonder.
I mean, it's going to have room to go, but we'll just see what it does.
I think they're still just in a slightly too dry environment because they're too far west still.
Yeah.
Give them like
everything fired just a bit further west. The best ingredients so far. Particularly best moisture is what I'm noticing.
Too.
The moisture acts to set up a bit further east with that second dry line rather than along the main one.
This polygon should be expired, but this guy, watch this guy in case this guy tries to go tornadic. Cheyenne cell's been blowing up the last.
For what it's worth,
this is what the Woodward cell looks like at the moment.
Right there. For what it's worth, the coverage on out of Oklahoma City is suggesting that cell near Mutro and Visai, they're thinking it might spin up a tornado within pretty soon. So
let's check on this puppy right here, and it looks like it has it. You know,
I think it is dusting out right now, but if I were in Hastings, I'd keep an eye on that one.
this guy's chilling in Kansas right now. I don't know who this guy is. They're just chilling in Kansas right now, and then everyone else is converging on the one cell. Get ready for some reckless driving.
That's actually more dangerous. Really, we worry about.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a lot of inexperienced chasers that are just going to be running the speed limit and whatnot, trying to get it.
Actually, the correct phrase is running stop signs. You know that? Hey, actually, I can turn on my camera. I have a stop sign on my wall. That's why I don't run them.
Yeah.
On my wall, they haunt me.
Ugh.
I got it legally, by the way. Stop asking.
Okay.
Keep on rolling, baby.
Oh, this one's trying. The hook is still trying. I'm interested on this one. This one. Oh, my cat came in.
Yeah, the one near Mutual. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. That one might be number 2. You cannot come up on the desk, cat. I have
thing 1 and thing 2, maybe thing 3. I don't know.
All right.
My cat came in my room. If I randomly disconnect, it's because my cat knocked over something. Probably the power adapter.
Oh, jeez.
No, don't jump up there. I would turn my camera on. I would show you this, but.
All right.
Oh my gosh. He's. I have a cat.
Yeah.
Oh, my gut is not like.
I would turn my camera on. This is actually kind of funny.
I think Tennessee's back on the ground.
He's on my computer. Oh crap.
I'm hearing a call about Tennessee again.
Yeah,
he looks very good, to be honest.
I think it like according to the cam, possibly somebody said, Zach here said it could have possibly been on the ground again.
Yeah, Marley just said it was calling the camera.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it on. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Oh.
I'm trying to forecast. This guy's here. Oh my gosh.
Ellen Charlie, by the way, guys. Claflin, Kansas is a really powerful tail in Charlie supercell. Look at that.
Forecasting cat.
What's their name?
Tiger.
Tiger? Okay. That's their new mascot. Tiger the forecasting cat.
He just wants to sit with somebody. He's very social, unlike me on a Saturday.
So real.
Claflin, Kansas, guys. Make sure you watch that. Claflin, Kansas, tail in supercell.
Claflin.
Which? Stop looking at me.
Central Kansas.
Oh,
right in the middle. Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. Yeah.
So this guy?
Yeah.
That one.
Looks like we have. Okay, so our cells are really starting to gain their individuality now in terms of like becoming tornado producers. It looks like they might be starting to get into that better environment given their behavior.
Yeah, Claflin's got that look to it. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
So also watch the cell near Coates. It appears there's a lot of mergers going on. It's a very messy cell, unlike a lot of these other ones. So I do wonder if that'll coalesce. Waynoka is, that's obvious. That's a tornadic supercell. It's all by itself. And then near Vichy, Oklahoma, that looks like it's also going to be a tornadic supercell here pretty soon. Ledley, that's a hailer. Looks like the supercells way to the southwest are mainly hailers to start off with. Wow. Wow.
Look at that camera.
That's just rain wrap.
Yeah, it's just getting hammered by rain.
I'm surprised that camera's still going.
I think this is an automated camera. Yeah.
My cat wants to. He doesn't like the sight of tornadoes. Look at the visibility. You can barely see the visibility on that camera.
Mm.
Oh, that was a lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. You like watching tornadoes, don't you, little guy?
It actually did cycle, but it appears that its RFD is really cold, probably from the other cells.
I can't tell if the camera's on it, but it probably is.
Okay, let's...
All right.
You can tell Smithville's trying to organize again. Potentially drop another one.
Oh, I see what happened here. That's a left split moving north. So the right split actually died and the left split's dominant. Huh.
Because the shear is probably angling left more. Probably if you saw a hodograph.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, what you doing?
I just realized what's going on. This left split near Byers, you can see the supercell moving east near Luca. It's actually providing a nudger. So Cameron Nixon's theory of nudgers is about to come into play here. You can see what's going on. That left split is providing a bit of some light rain in its RFD, and I wonder if that's going to spin up here really soon, considering that nudger theory.
It certainly looks like it, though.
All right, let's go back. I'm going to put the radar back on the Oklahoma cell. I mean, this one. I mean, look at that. Look at that.
I'm just really concerned about the Oklahoma cell. It's really looking good.
What Oklahoma cell? Which Oklahoma cell? There's so
many of them. The one that has the warning on it.
A defined cell. How about this one? How about this one? Remember this one I was talking about? Look at this one.
Yeah, that's the same middle one there.
Meh.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to Tiger the forecasting weather cat because he is a little tired of me right now.
Yeah.
On my lap, either or. Up, where are you going? He's got one foot on my balls.
Right. It's almost 22Z, so things should really
bring that up. That's the most random thing you can bring up.
Because my cat likes to jump off things and he uses my legs as a launching pad, and he's like 15 pounds. He's heavy as hell.
Oh gosh.
He's staring at me. I'm sorry for fat shaming him.
All right, we'll move on.
Yeah.
He's just sitting here. I'll just leave my camera on. He'll come into view every once in a while.
Guys, Ellenwood is either about to be on the ground or is on the ground. That tail end supercell. Looks like it's about to be on the ground, but
let's see how long this takes before it gets warned.
Oh yeah, are you talking about the one near Moorwood?
Yeah, I looked at a KTWX and it has an extremely strong meso.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but how is this not warned yet? Well, that's not.
Well, remember they have a lot to focus on, so.
Yeah, I just want my cat when I come upstairs. My windows are open, and he likes to.
I'm just saying, warnings might be a little delayed today for some of these storms because,
100%.
there is so many of them to focus on for each office.
Yeah, it's this.
I could only imagine. This must just be a nightmare to actually be in the office trying to.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I mean, look, it's genuinely both of these. This one here and then this one here. They're both kind of goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. I'd watch this one closely. This one too. I'm gonna leave both of these up next to each other like this, so we can see which one gets warned first.
It's pretty clear these aren't going to do what the HRRR expected, where they just kind of weaken for no reason.
Well, that's because it's the HRRR. What did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I should have used the HRRR instead.
Why not the HWRF?
Oh no.
That's a joke.
What about the triple RH? Come on.
Why not the RRFS? Oh yeah, so I got a picture of the Tennessee.
Okay, the RFS is actually.
If you look in special coverage, you can see the Tennessee tornado. Someone had as an image of it.
That's a big tornado. Okay.
And live look at the Tennessee camera.
It's just pouring.
Kind of silence, but this reminds you of like those like the fog and like the jungle and like the Amazon rainforest. Those images you see, it just looks like trees and nothing.
Look, trust me, I would know. I saw like the inside of a mesocyclone once.
I'd be honest, I would probably not want to be in 10. I would probably not want to be in this cell right now.
Oh yeah,
even,
no.
I agree.
Even back here in
Smithville, it does look like it is intense rain or even hail,
probably
especially
both at this
just to
point.
the east of Smithville.
I mean, if you look at the camera, you can see it looks like hail. You'll see occasional white flashes. That's on of like things falling. That's probably hail.
There we go. It's
In my
22.
opinion.
Oh. All right, guys.
Looking for the 22Z update to the models.
Yeah. Do you guys want to see what the profiles actually?
You guys look, it's Chaser Convergence.
And it's
the Congo
looking
line.
like they're trying to go into Winoka itself, which is
I got a really good look at
not
Winoka
good.
right now. Winoka, I don't know, looks like it's about to drop off of Brandon's stream.
Probably.
It still needs a bit. These Oklahoma cells are going to need a little bit because they're not
organized, but you can kind of tell it's trying to do something.
Yeah, that's. Gosh, is that a wall cloud? Kind of.
That is a yes.
Yeah. It wants to try.
It's both a wall cloud and a funnel at the same time, like hybrid.
Yeah, it's hard to see with the terrain too. Here, this is. Oof. I don't exactly.
Yeah, the trees are not giving us a good view.
Yeah, these aren't good roads.
To stay here if you're trying to chase a storm.
This environment is nothing short of incredible what these storms are heading into for strong tornadoes. I mean, wow. All right. The cell to the south of the Winoka cell is getting a very strong upper level meso. I do wonder what this is about to do. Winoka just appears to kind of not have. I don't know. It's not the most desirable storm. Even though it's discrete, it's actually not the most desirable storm in this situation. I don't think it, anyway.
No. That's
just look like that cell near Mutual, Oklahoma did.
Yeah, it's just starting to look like
might have tightened up for a little bit earlier.
All right, 24.
All right.
Wow.
So reminder, this is only round 1. Tennessee doesn't count though. That's round. I don't know.
It's round. If we just randomly decided to drop.
Okay, 23Z. There it is. Yeah.
Hey, I'll probably drop off, at least for right now. If anyone else wants to come into the stage, go ahead. All right. Thank you very much.
Cool.
All right. Here we go, man. Or if you're coming back, see you soon. Wow, this is.
I'll be right back.
I think it's fair to say they might have chosen poorly. Look at this guy right here.
Oof. Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if they put out a warning for this guy because look at it. It's really this one's trying to go super cellular, if not already.
Again, show a loop. That's really how you're going to be able to tell.
Is it answer your question?
Yeah, it's
looks like a bean at this point.
Yeah, it's not quite. I don't see it picking up yet. That acceleration on the backside. Yeah, it's not quite there.
It probably won't take long.
Yeah, no, none of these could take long.
Who texted me? Oh yeah, Chaser Convergence. Am I right, everyone?
All right. So the reason why these aren't producing is, yeah, they're still too far west. They need another 30 minutes to an hour. Well, 30 minutes, I'd say, and then they're going to do it. Because of where the moisture axis is. See further south. All right. Yeah, that's exactly what's wrong.
What? The 40% watch for the Carolinas. Why? Carolina, stop being Carolina. I already have enough to watch on this radar.
Another mesoscale discussion. Doubt I'm going to see it on weather.gov yet.
Looked into these profiles. You know what they remind me a lot of? From a, like, the photographs themselves from a stand. For this area, they look very similar. They're a little smaller, but they look pretty similar to 41412. That's what I'm noticing right now. In terms of like an environmental standpoint, that's what I think looks most similar to this. Once these storms do get into that environment.
Patrick,
New tornado.
Patrick, all the chases are going for the sun. If only I said.
Didn't we say that? This is why this. Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
All right. Checking Nebraska to make sure we don't have any QLCS spin ups. Nothing yet. But wow. It's taking its sweet time. The event is definitely taking its sweet time to do stuff.
I thought the danger time. Yeah, I thought the dangerous time wasn't this afternoon eating. It's sunset. Late.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying it's definitely taking its sweet time after storm.
Yeah. There's possibility that everything we're looking at here could be the appetizer. That's the scary part. Appetizer. Yeah, but yeah. We'll see.
So, looking at it, you can see the county that, let's just say this cell near Stafford, Sylvia, and then these cells to the south here. These counties that they're in. Once they reach the center part of the next county, so Sterling, probably about 30 to 45 minutes, that's when they'll start really becoming tornadic. Right now, they're still a bit to the west of the best moisture. So, I expect it'll be a little bit more time before we really see things take off. And then Oklahoma, similar story. Things just have to get a bit further out ahead so that they can take advantage of the environment. 3Z here. Yeah, it seems like now, after HRRR realized it was wrong, now it's simulating multiple long track supercells. Where this morning it had a squall line.
Welcome to the HRRR. I hope you enjoy it.
This is why the meteorology of knowing why bulk shear vectors are important. This is why knowing that bulk shear vectors are important is important. Because
or it's just the HRRR is so dependent on initializing right that half the time it's just not useful. And you have to wait for one of the few times where it does.
Yeah.
I don't even the 12Z run
it was showing like a squall line where right now we have discrete supercells. So,
well, to be honest, I really don't even look at that model much anymore. It's just too unreliable to me. I'd rather look at the other models. I think I've
noticed it's been very egregious with environments this year.
Yeah. Well,
there was the day before. Remember the April 2nd? So the April 2nd event in the Ohio Valley, the day before, it had instability reaching all the way to Toledo, and it had an environment with 2,000 CAPE and 600 SRH.
And that didn't happen.
No. In fact, instability barely made it out of Kentucky.
Yes. Well, I have not heard much praise about that model, even in my office or work. It's just too sensitive and dependent on getting everything right at the start. If it's off by a little bit at the start, the next hours after, it's just hopeless. You really have to have a good, yeah. And sometimes when you get in this environment here, none of the models are really helpful. You got to go by what you're seeing.
Yeah, the best way for an event like this is just to look at, I mean, when it gets to the higher end like this, the actual degree of low-level shear, the degree of, like, you know, how much instability you're going to get, that's all kind of figured out. Like, you have, you know, the email in the morning to preserve the environment until you get everything in the afternoon. Like, the only things that really are important is, okay, how is your actual full wind profile evolving? What's your storm mode? And, you know, what's your storm mode not based on the models, but more so based on, okay, what's your bulk shear vectors relative to the initiating boundary? What's the you know, like, will we have just a big downdraft? Is the forcing way too strong or weak? Like, I think in this sort of scenario, that's the more important thing in here. Just it's all figuring itself out very, very, very well. So, yeah.
And now those chasers have come south.
Yeah, understandably so. That supercell is a massive problem.
That one has something happening in that notch area. I don't know what for sure, but it's trying to do something.
Check where these storms are. Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually not. I've noticed it's only really that good in, like, the hours just leading up to an event. Okay, so it has the storms in central Kansas just now reaching the best environmental parameters. So it's saying within the next 30 minutes to an hour, these should start to rapidly organize into tornadic supercells. Here, given the parameters in play. Hold on, let me turn off all the city names and everything like that. Warnings, cities, all that. I just want to get a pure view of the radar.
Well, I've looked at all the chasers that followed this cell, only for it to, yeah.
And I kept going, what about the southern one?
What about this one? What about this one? What about
that one?
Oh, wait. Oh, we're done with cells right now.
Yeah.
I was going to keep going, but I realized there's only like 3 of them.
Yeah, well, at some point it has to stop.
That's true.
Some point.
Okay.
John, it's finally stopped raining in Harrisonburg.
Are you sure?
It's finally stopping. Yeah, it's taking forever. Out here now, so that was your aside there.
Actually, this is just one
downscale
3.5
inches of rain have fallen. You have a problem with that? I do.
The change in shear vectors in central Kansas has now made the previously squall line undergo downscale development into just a small line segment and a discrete supercell.
Welcome to HRRR casting, buddy.
Yeah, this is
HRRR got that one right.
HRRR didn't get that right at all.
HRRR can't get much right anymore. I'm sorry to say it.
I only use it as an aggressive estimate for what the environment may look like. That's it.
I used to pull weenie soundings to put on Twitter Doc. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that's the only
reason why it exists.
Typically for the environment, I've noticed the RFS is pretty good. It's actually pretty good environmentally. Like if you look at it just for environment, it does pretty well. And then I use, typically if it's the Southeast, the wrap is the best model. The wrap will nail a Southeast environment because it's the only model that actually has the balls to show way too much cloud cover, like what usually happens there. Because Dixie is fickle. It is potent, but it is extremely fickle.
My older brother is chasing in Watanga, which is right where I drew that little dot. That's my older brother's chasing right now, which probably is a good idea considering this guy is just getting going. This guy give about 30 minutes, and this guy, well, you chose poorly, guys, for now.
It's too far north, and the other cells are getting trapped into its inflow. You see how that one is getting... Look at the anvil spread here on the middle cell. It's overtaking the inflow of the top one. Now that top one can't breathe as well, and that's going to weaken it. That's the problem with northern cells. You're dependent on trying to have space, but these southern cells can come up and rob that space.
Pretty much.
Even that, yeah, I agree. Especially when it's like deeper into the forward flank, it is a problem. But I've noticed if it's like just on the edge of the forward flank, then the supercell acts more like a nudger. It just actually enhances the rear flank a little bit.
Right, because the boundaries line up. It all depends on where are those boundaries lining up. If it goes too far away, too far in advance, you shut it down. If it's too far back, may not get the nudging. Everything's a balance here. Are things just right? It's like the classic Goldilocks scenario. Which of these three has the conditions that are just right? Sometimes none of them do. Sometimes they all do. It just depends.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Oklahoma cells are definitely a lot closer to really maturing. This one moving almost due east is actually in a perfect spot. This is another good example too of why shear vectors are so important. Patrick is like if you notice where all the left splits are going, basically the left splits are all going behind.
Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, western Major northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Woodward County in northwestern Oklahoma until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:54 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Mutual, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Hazards include tornado and golf ball-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Fairview, Mutual, Chester, Orion, and Bouse Junction. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone care if I go get something to eat because it is 6 o'clock and there's leftover Chinese food in the fridge that needs eating?
You're all good.
It's fine.
Yeah, you're all good.
Cool. Because I'll be back. I gotta work on a couple things. I'll be back later today because I have to my brother comes back from his campus, so I have to clean out a bunch of stuff, and that'll be fun. But I'll be back. Don't worry.
All right. I'll see you then.
I don't even know how to. You guys want to stream and go for it. I'm gonna figure out Ooh, that's not a nice scan. All right, you guys have fun. I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh. Okay, so the Oklahoma cells, I'm noticing they just don't have the shear yet. They're close, but it's still wow. Um so yeah, impressive forward flank merger still ongoing. And then they're getting close to that zone where that environment gets a lot better. They're getting very close.
That's certainly trying to spin a little tighter there. That hook.
Ooh, is this? I don't recall the last time I've seen a boundary with an entire state long area where the whole thing fired specifically discrete supercells spaced perfectly. I don't recall the last time I've seen that.
Oh, I'm sure someone at SPC and those older meteorologists can tell you a date.
Yeah. I mean, the obvious answer would be like 42711, but I mean, that's a little different. That's the pinnacle of meteorology, kind of, in terms of severe. So, but yeah. Like, at least in the plains, I've seen it over like smaller areas where you have 3 or 4 of them lined up, but I don't think I've seen like 10 of them before.
Hmm.
Wow. Yeah.
See if there's anything else there. Yeah, that middle one in Oklahoma still has my concern.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks like at least they're staying north of Oklahoma City, though.
Yeah, that is actually point. They are all staying definitely north of OKC. Which
Yeah, and I have not seen anything develop down south, so maybe Oklahoma City and all those areas there, I know they were probably a little worried. Maybe it all moves north of them. I mean, remember, the moderate risk got shifted to the northeast of this area. That kind of is a clue that maybe this area down here is just not going to work out. We got to follow this a little northeast as it gets into northern Oklahoma and into Kansas.
Yeah, I think that is actually the more likely scenario. I agree. Like, it's because with OKC, wow, all of these have strong upper level mesos. That's pretty remarkable. But like the jet streak aloft, a lot of people I've been noticing been posting the 500 millibar map when in reality today is I think it's more evident on the 300 millibar map.
Are you talking about the jet streaks?
Yeah, the jet stream itself. So
okay, yeah, 500 millibars is actually a level of non-divergence because you're in between the surface and the upper jet. You have to look at 300, 250, or in the deepest summer, even up to 200 to get an idea of where's your jet stream, where's your dynamics for that. 500 is just too low. You could get an idea of maybe the troughs and the spin and everything, but that's not going to give you what divergence or where you're going to get your outflow aloft to get the air out at the top.
yeah, actually, here I'll DM you a thing here. So
yeah, I see the southern cell is getting flagged.
Oh, that's not contrasting. Well, let me put it in blue. Here we go. So something like this for like the jet streak model. I think I see why nothing is near OKC. I DM'd you why, I think.
Yeah. It's in the wrong place. It needs to be on the left exit.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Or the Yeah, and the right entrance, it's too far back in the dry line. It's too dry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that means we need to ride it left exit. Yep.
That's a very interesting.
I really hope Kansas starts to grow upscale, but I'm not seeing very many indications of that right now. It's running out of time. The northern cell very clearly is still a supercell. That's not going upscale anytime soon. Or at least so it appears.
So, like, how's your current thoughts on this right now?
Just staging. That's really all this is.
Mm-hmm.
We're still in the staging period.
The setup.
Yeah.
Trying to get things into the right places.
Yeah. Well, here, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do some stuff, and I'll come back, though. Just someone ping me whenever stuff starts to pop off, and I'll be here. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, Kurt.
Yeah. See you guys later.
I'll
see ya.
All right. So that's another discrete cell. Yeah, these cells that are heading towards OKC, they just look like they're really slowly sort of maturing. They're not maturing very quickly because the forcing just isn't good there at all.
Crashed.
Yeah, that's crashed. Northernmost cell, isn't it?
Okay.
Right.
Maybe you could try streaming something crazy.
Yeah, I'll try. Hold on, let me see. Where is the... Here we go. I'm on phone, so...
Oh.
It's gonna be a little weird, but I can do it. But yeah. So... My immediate thoughts are these Oklahoma storms. The way they're staying discrete looks good for them moving into this environment late night. So let me see a 1Z because that's when these will really be in that later night environment. Yeah. Be a little deep. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Is my screen broadcasting perfectly?
I see. It's just small. That's all. I was trying to. I could see the sounding. I was just trying to make it out.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to it.
Yeah, if you could zoom in, it'd be easier here. I know, or it may not be. Okay, there. That's better.
Well, maybe you could have rotated long ways.
I'll try that too. Let me unorientation lock my phone.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's much better. All right, now you can look down. So, okay. First off, I see that pink value for the cape. Oh gosh. Yes, that's a. Can you zoom in on that number? That looks like it starts with a 4,000. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And it wants to peak at 5,000 if that forecast is right. Well, there's 30 knots of 0 to 1 shear. Okay, that's plenty. And you can see on the right scale, it's gone off to the top of the chart. It's just a matter of getting something in there.
Yeah.
And there's the hodograph. And then that. Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to have 30 knots of shear. You better have a hodograph. It looks like it's pretty sheared.
Yeah. Ed, let me click on where these storms... I'm going to go back to this because it's easier for me to navigate for a second. So this is 22Z. So this is kind of close. So actually here, you see this sort of drier area here, Patrick, where these storms are right now? That's why these aren't producing tornadoes yet. Actually, I accidentally clicked this.
It doesn't like that area. It's a little too... Might be making the cloud basis a little too high. Because that's the other factor is you want low cloud bases. You want some moisture.
See.
Yeah. Look where your LCL is. I could see it. That's too high. That LCL is, well, it's not ideal. You'd like it to be lower. You can see there's a little bit of dry air in that.
Yeah, I would be more like, that looks more like a photogenic tornado environment to me. Like, if it were to produce, it'd be more photogenic rather than just strong. But then if you go to the east side of the boundary, then you get something that looks a little bit more.
Right. That's a little more alarming.
Yeah.
If it gets there. Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, it's really not far away from it. It's.
Mm-hmm.
I think the resolution of the model is also not correct. It's probably a little closer to these storms than what that model's showing. So seems like this northern cell up here, like it just was too close to the forward flank, so it kind of lost dominance to its southern brethren here. But seems like honestly the southern mode of storms appears to be the dominant most dominant mode, which makes sense given that's where the high risk is.
Mm-hmm.
But this cell here, let me check which county that's in. Okay, that county. So that county where it's at is right there. It's actually almost to the moisture gradient. It's just in this environment right now. Which, yeah, that's not really great. 66/82 isn't really ideal.
No, and look what that LCO is. That's over 1,000 meters up. That's not ideal.
Yeah.
You want that low. You want that down 500 meters because that's less space between the ground and the cloud base to spin up something. When something gets too high, that takes way more shear and a lot more effort to finally make that distance. And that's too much normally.
Yeah.
So there's all these little subtleties that you have to work through.
This is where it's going to be in the next hour. This looks still a pretty high LCL, even with the better moisture.
That's better, though.
Yeah.
It's not 1,100. That's at 800. That's still notable. It's still a drop.
Oh, yeah. Southern Cell in Kansas. It seems like we might have actually mixed out enough to where it seems like some of the cells that would have been dominant are actually losing it a little bit.
Yeah, or they're just too close to one another and are interfering.
Yeah.
Because we saw the southern cell and those groups catch up with the northern one that merged into it. So that only works for a moment, but then once it gets completely merged, then you could have interference.
Yeah. Apparently, somehow, when you get it just right, you can have the nudger last for over an hour, which is pretty ridiculous. In the southeast, that works better than in the plains, I've noticed.
Cam asked a question.
Okay. Where is the question?
In the chat.
Okay.
Not in my DMs. It's here in the stage. There you go.
All right. So it'll have some impacts, but the main cells in the high risk are so discrete it's not going to matter. They're not growing upscale for probably another 3-4 hours, I'd imagine. For the cells in Kansas, it does matter because it localizes things. It's just there, you might only get 1 or 2 cells that really makes it out of the dry air alive and as a supercell rather than 4 is the big difference. So there, it does lower the risk, but further to the south in Oklahoma, I don't know how you prevent that Oklahoma risk from going because it's your low level shear is also going to enlarge. So your storms right now are kind of still splitting. They're still figuring things out a little bit in that slightly drier environment. But unlike further north where the shear vectors are just a little worse, they're even better further south. So the storms are going to remain discrete they could remain discrete for 6 hours for all we know.
Mm-mm.
And that new development, there is another supercell developing behind the other one, but it's mainly to the west. That's interesting.
Yeah. This is the part where it's kind of tense if you're on radar. You're putting out these SVRs, but in the back of my mind, you're just checking. Like, all right, is any of these going to spin? All right, will these go? And you're nervously waiting, watching. It's not exactly a comfortable feeling. You still have to keep the SVRs rolling out because, well, obvious, they're supercells. But it's tense. Try to do this for a few hours, figuring out, okay, will one of these go? Will any of them go? You're just sitting there.
Yeah.
It's not a comfortable feeling at this moment. I look at that middle cell, and I'm still concerned about if that gets into a better environment. I know the southern one also.
The middle one I think is just very good because it's moving right very hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive supercell. It's clearly moving pretty deviantly to the right.
Yeah. It wants to go east instead of following its neighbors northeast.
Yeah. This northern cell really did kind of fall apart here.
Yep, it does not like that southern cell kind of robbed its inflow. Just too much.
Yeah.
Another NATO cast model. Oh gosh.
Oh, it's 6:25. We get new obs. So I do wonder what's actually happened to our moisture here. Yeah. Our moisture is just pretty well to the east. It's actually mixing out even further.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what's happening is once it gets closer to like 8 p.m. and it'll recede back to the west into the storms a bit more.
That's true. The dry line normally does make a push during the evening.
Yeah. This moves here. Man. I'm gonna browse Twitter really quick and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and hopefully, if there's some other person who wants to stream a radar or something here, we would appreciate as well if you'd like to come up.
Yeah.
I know Kurzov, you're trying to get something back up here.
yeah. I've got it pulled back up.
Okay. All right. So, Crazy, when you want to stop, you could give it over to Kurzov if you want, but you can finish up here.
Yeah. Okay. I do wonder why it's still mixing east, even though the surface heating's clearly pretty much gone.
I mean, yeah, it's the latest scan at the other side of the rotation.
All right.
Harder to notice.
I'll stop broadcasting so you can broadcast for Walkers off. There you go.
Okay. Go ahead, Kurzov.
All right.
Getting a little harder to see, at least from this radar.
I do wonder. I'm gonna see what people are saying on Twitter. There's probably going to be so many people saying, "Oh, this isn't what I was expecting," because we haven't seen tornadoes yet.
Yeah.
But this was what I was fearing. Here we are at 6. I said 6 o'clock. Maybe not much has happened yet. And the real danger time's 8 to 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could have. It's something that even John, when he was here, we worry about sunset surprises where the sun goes down, things change, and all of a sudden,
you got a bunch of tornadoes.
Or something changes in the environment that, yes, it could tip the scale back either way.
Yeah.
So this is like just the nervous waiting part. You've got the cells. Now you're waiting to see, okay, do they or do they not? And that is a question that, frankly, that's really the $1 million question, this whole event here.
Yeah.
And does anything else form? You do not know for sure because we still haven't seen anything on the southern side of this, or some other interaction occurs.
Mm-hmm. All right, so yeah, the dry line mixed east really, really hard because of all the surface heating.
Mm-hmm.
So our surface one's veered. That might actually be a little bit of a saving grace in the short term. Like the fact that all of our winds immediately along the dry line where all of our storms are just completely are moisture mixed out and you know.
Hmm.
So just gut wrenching.
Right. Okay. There's the next discussion. That's in southeastern Nebraska. Increasing threat for severe wind gusts, along with, there you go, quasi-linear convective circulations or possible tornadoes. So it's following along one of the watches. Let's see what else. Anything going up? Yeah, we might want to take a look up in Nebraska and Kansas here. Make sure. Oh, look at that in the line. Up.
Yep.
There's your line. That is turning into an echo, kind of bowing overall. So now they've just put a big severe on the whole thing. It just, okay, the whole thing's probably got something. Don't know exactly where. We're not going to take any chances. Just warn the whole thing. Put a big polygon out. Save yourself the hassle of trying to guess which of those little areas. Just warn the line and move on and keep it downstream. Get it going way downstream so you got time on your side to warn people. And also make life easier on you. You don't want to be issuing 20 warnings on this same line. Try to make bigger polygons so that way maybe you only have to issue 10. That is definitely turned into a nice bow line there. So that is almost all wind, and I don't see many of those hooks that were in it earlier. We'll have to see if that keeps up, but that looks like it's more. It might be like a couple subtle things. That's turning more into wind to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a 70-mile-an-hour report.
Oh, there you go. Yep. Actually, there's two of them. Is that what's behind that?
That's a 60.
60. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure if you back that up and move it forward, loop it, we could see. Yeah, see now you don't see those kinks in that line. This is now predominantly wind driven. You're not going to see as much of the hail either. It's kind of moved. We're morphing into a linear mode now. And then I'll just be curious to see what happens with that southern part that you see coming into the screen. Is that going to interact and join the line as well? It might. Could have an intersection there.
Some big hail.
Oh, here we go.
On this.
Yeah. No, those are more discrete. Oop.
There we go.
Yep. Yeah, see, they're not really in the line, so now those will be more likely hail or downburst or tornado if they can get going. There's a 21Z Norman sounding. You can see there's just a little bit of cap right in that. If you see that post, crazy as well. There's a 21Z special sounding from Norman. And you see there's still just barely hanging on a little bit of cap. Dry air. And it's just a matter of will that pop?
Yeah. Let me see here. Oh yeah, that's minimal.
Mm-hmm. But it is just holding it back.
Yeah. Probably why the confluence line never fired that the HRRR said. Because I knew it would probably just be purely dry line, considering most times that's the way these setups work, is it's purely dry line. Like, it's way harder to fire anything but the dry line in the Southern Plains compared to something like the Southeast. Most times. Because
here's the Tennessee
I've noticed a lot
area.
of times you're advecting in air. In setups where it's light forcing over confluence lines, you're advecting in that air from the Mexican plateau, and you need stronger forcing to lift the cap. So that's why, like the 2019 high risk, for example, I think that's why that event never happened. You know what I'm saying?
Lots of subtleties in this stuff that no model.
Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Make sure you can hear me in case something happened on me.
Oh yeah,
I hear. Yeah, who knows? I'm just using a laptop microphone here. Yeah. I've seen this. Okay, we see the stuff that's still moving into Tennessee, into the Carolinas a little bit, but that's got to cross over the Blue Ridge.
Yeah,
that's gonna be tough.
Yep.
At least the rain's kind of things don't look as crazy over here as they were earlier. Yeah. I'll admit, for this area, marginal risk, they put it out here, but you see things can happen, and probably this area could have warranted more than that. Yeah. It just shows you sometimes you'll get a lot of stuff that's way away from the actual main risk.
Yep. Especially in these mountain areas, it's
oh gosh.
Especially after dark, no lights. Like the only lights you're gonna get are on 40 here. Or street lamps or just any kind of light except from a car or anything like that. So you don't know like what water crossings are going to be passable and all of that.
These are areas that you just don't want to chase unless you absolutely know these roads.
Yeah, so some of these roads are absolutely not paved.
Oh no,
hilly.
Well,
awful terrain.
Never mind, you've got 3,000 to 4,000 foot mountains.
Yeah. And on top of everything
that's
else.
Getting into Asheville. I know this area quite well. Too. I've been in.
I'm right here.
Yes.
I'm up here now. In the Lenore area.
Yeah, you're not far away from touching Boone where my CWA starts. So this is all good luck chasing this area if you even had to do such a thing. Thankfully, it doesn't look like there's much more happening. There'll be just a couple more cells.
At least not today.
Asheville's your hometown. I've been to Asheville, Marley. I've actually visited. It's a nice place.
Yeah.
They've even been to the Biltmore estate. Yeah. Toured that.
Went there last
year. All
year.
right. So we'll now return back west.
Yeah.
I want to see what I saw there was something on the Oklahoma cells that was picking up, like the middle cell. Oh, there you see a wind report.
It's cold still, a little bit.
Yeah.
That is.
It's like a lot of these cells are cold still.
Yeah, there's an 82 mile an hour report from a trade spotter. They measured that. Yikes. That's what the M stands for in a report. It would be an E if it was estimate, and we don't know. When we put an M, if we actually say this this person actually measured it with something halfway reliable.
30 knot report in the box from the storm velocity.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from the
both of these supercells in Oklahoma are still outflow dominant, just barely. They're just barely outflow dominant though.
Yeah.
I might be missing the.
But unlike the
rotation.
northern mode, it's just going to be very hard for anything to congeal with them.
Yeah.
It seems like that's been the issue. It's just dry enough to where things don't work out.
Just enough that no model can really grasp that.
Yeah.
That's the problem. We could point out the area, we could give you the overall view, but when you get down right to it, the devil is in these little tiny details that just no model can really pick up until you're almost right in the middle of it and you can see it happening on before your eyes. And you just have to wait and watch and go through the things. I do wonder what's going to happen with that northern cell up there doesn't look as good. So I think these two on the south side are going to take over. That one that came from Cheyenne. Be curious to see what that does. That's got some good hail to it too.
Here we go. The southern tail end Charlie storm is turning back into a supercell, probably. Yeah, everything up north went upscale again.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. Just so dry. Just you can't. Nothing can stay supercellular, and long track supercellular too is the difference. Like the supercells that would occur if there was just maybe a bit more cloud cover would have actually probably been more potent. Just a little bit more cloud cover though, because then we wouldn't have had this mixing along the dry line to deal with.
Yeah, that's a problem. You put a high risk in an area, something isn't quite right, but then some other area nearby might actually be where you need to be worried about. And it's just you got to get through the event and watch and wait. Yeah.
Oh, that is not supercellular. Never mind. I thought that was actually evolving into a supercell, but it's pretty clearly not yet.
See something
If it
down
is.
there. Got something trying to
Is
get
this
going.
all off the driven, or is it? It seems like it's not fully it's semi-discrete, like some linear component, but some also supercellular component further north. I could see a supercell or two still materializing out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if that cell down south that's not worn is going to try to do anything.
Let me see what everybody's saying about the storms. A lot of the pictures I've seen don't look crazy high base. They just look a little dry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's a discrete supercell. Okay.
I see Paul's back.
Yep.
Yeah, mostly been tracking here, making sure that Twitter's been updated. But it looks like right now we're really kind of starting out pretty slow, if anything. I think there was the expectation that the threat was going to be a little bit more towards this evening. Is that still in line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Late. And we did have one QLCS tornado that literally spun up, and it was like, whoa. And then there was actually been more action in Tennessee, of all places, in that marginal risk, where they did have and they did confirm a tornado on that. I actually saw a couple of the reports in the other channels.
Wow.
Paul, we mixed out immediately along the dry line, which is why things are starting out so slow.
I see.
These supercells are super dry. They're cold.
I can tell they're definitely producing some pretty big hailstones, aren't they? Because I'm
Yeah.
looking at the one south of Sailing.
There was an 82-mile-an-hour gust from that middle supercell. That's why you see that report there.
I see.
It was a little stronger back there, actually, now that I think about it.
Add some.
Yeah, and then
very
take
big hail up here in this.
oh yeah,
middle system.
take Paul up to that squall line, or it's almost
that
become.
thing.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good bow echo. That is going to be wind all the way. There's already 2 wind reports at that, and that particular WFO just decided the heck with it. We're just putting out a big polygon. We're warning the whole thing because we're not going to fool around.
True. That was the one that performed the QLCS tornado near, what was that city again? Blue Hill?
That was further south here into Kansas.
Yes.
Yeah, it was on the northern end of from here north. And it was just a quick spin up. It was we looked at, and then all of a sudden 5 minutes later we go back. Oh, ooh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean that was like, oh my goodness, immediate warning. And then I had John bloop it back, and then you could see that rear flow acceleration right like a frame before I told him to stop. We're going right there. That is an immediate automatic tornado warning. I don't care. That needs to go out now. That is textbook.
Okay, so where these are at now, the northeastern cell is it's very close to the deeper moisture now.
Yeah, that middle cell has been the best looking, and you still got that southern one that's trying. It's pretty broad though. I think that middle one, it's on its third tornado warning?
Yeah.
Because you're just not sure when it's going to do it. So you just have to keep warning it if you saw any little bit of rotation.
Second one, it looks like at least second continuous one.
What I think it looks like right now is the per the mesoscale discussion that was posted earlier, and from the rhetoric from the National Weather Service in Norman, is that the tornado threat is still expected to increase as you move eastward. I know that there was a 21 UTC sounding that was posted. I'm not sure if we have any thoughts on that one real quick.
It's very potent. There's a tiny little like mini cap over Norman, but it's very minor. It's like minus 10.
The problem is, it looks like I think the area north of the city in that is the real area to watch, not south. I think south of OKC and I-40 there, I think that area is not really doing much yet, and it's in the wrong area of the jet dynamics that you showed me.
Yeah.
So we have to look north into the middle of, I'm thinking northeast Oklahoma into Kansas. Somewhere in that area where you're looking at which.
Those are true, and it looks like, as we go further east, it looks like we are going to have an increase in low levels here, at least from what models have indicated. But that is, I guess, still kind of
up in the air.
Literally.
Yeah.
Something else telling me this environment's really dry is if you look at both of these cells, they have really defined embryo cores because of hail. Let me look at these from other radars. You know. That is another new supercell to the west that is actually doing something.
Yeah, that one got warned or just a little bit ago. This one right there, I peeked at that one a moment ago. It got warned severe there. It's just a matter of how well does that get to going.
Yeah, so that's where that supercell is now.
And there's more
Yeah, that makes
behind
sense
that.
on scale.
Yeah. If any of those down south were to develop, that would be a uh-oh.
You're right. Yeah.
If they do, that's been a question mark all 3 hours so far.
Yeah. All afternoon.
Okay, here we go. So now the further ascent from the jet streak is starting to force those farther west storms to do stuff. Which they'll be more. Wait, what?
They are that's because you're now finally gaining enough latitude going further north. It seems like this interstate down here is a pretty good divider right now. If you're south of the interstate, it's too dry, don't have the right dynamics, and it's okay. It might get away scot-free. But north, uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
And you could see from Norman's tweet there. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying after 6 o'clock for like how long now? Now this is after 6 o'clock their time. That's it's 6:50 p.m. Eastern time, so it's 5:50 here. So you still got another, I want to say, 1 to 2 hours of daylight.
Okay, here we go. The southern supercell probably is just under better moisture. It has a massive upper level meso. The northern storm just completely died.
Yep, that southern. The other one is just taking it over.
And then everything to the north went completely offload dominant, which I think if we didn't mix out here further to the north, this would have stayed supercellular because it wouldn't have congealed the downdrafts.
Well,
but because it was drier, it did.
Mm-hmm. And we're talking a few degrees of dew point difference here.
Yeah.
Little subtleties like that.
Here we go. Both of these are finally taking on a more, what I would consider a tornadic look. Even though they still do have their embryo cores, they're starting to really look a lot more like low-level shears amplifying.
I'll know in the next few scans if they're really trying to tighten up. Because right now you can look at
The National Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Woods County in northwestern Oklahoma, southern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, northwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, northeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 6:30 Central Daylight Time. At 5:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles west of Orienta, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Enid, Helena, Loma, Ringwood, Cleo Springs, Goldtree, Mano, Alien, Nash, Hillsdale, Carrier, and Orienta. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
The news station that you were mentioning?
That is something from in the chat here.
Yeah, I'm asking him directly.
Yeah, I've tried it. I do not know where KF.
Did
I think KF4 is just OKC, right?
I have to look that up too here. Oh, okay. It's the Oklahoma News 4 Oklahoma City TV station. That's up to you, DMV news fan. I guess you could do that in the one of the voice chats as well here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, possible.
Yeah, probably not here because right now everything's at the moment Oklahoma City and everybody south. I'm kind of going. I think you're okay as long as nothing develops along I-40 south. As long as nothing develops there, I think this area in South Oklahoma City and the area is probably going to be okay. It's north I'm worried about, and then east too.
Yeah, actually, to confirm that what we thought, here's satellite. I don't think anything's developing I-40 south. Given the satellite look, there's no way. Yeah, I think I can pretty safely rule it out.
Yeah, because it's a dividing line.
Here's the new satellite imagery, and yeah, that's not forming south of that. There's not even a Q field or anything.
Nope. It's too dry, and it seems to doesn't want to do anything in that area. Maybe I should post that into the chat for everybody else to see. There you go. That's now in the chat in here.
It's crazy how fickle the past couple of planes high risks have really been.
Yeah.
Can we kind of get an explanation for south of the I-40, Patrick in particular, what you are seeing right now that would sort of tell you that this is not really something that's going to develop?
Well, I actually saw this jet streak here. That's actually the biggest thing. I'll post that in here. Let me get that over. All right, so there's another one here. Let's see if this shows up here or not. Yes, it does. Good. So you see there a 300 millibar jet stream. The wind's aloft, and crazy putting in the center line. And you divide it into quadrants, and you have to think of flowing into it. The right entrance and the left exits are the preferred areas. But note where you are if you're south on Oklahoma and Texas. You're on the right exit, not the left exit. The right exit is not favorable for having storms develop there. You don't get the divergence aloft, getting the air aloft. So with that area and the dry line advancing as it does, you're basically out of luck. You can't get a cumulus field you can see in the satellite. So the favorable area is north, going into Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma, into Kansas, and seeing as that jet cars around that trough, you could kind of imagine that's where it's going to go. So I really am having a hard time seeing any chance south of 40 in Oklahoma. I think I would be honestly a little surprised if anything develops at this point. I don't think anything will.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's pretty clear where the line dividing everything is.
Yeah, and it happens to be that interstate. It's weird how that happens, but there it is.
Yeah. Very, very interesting to see the conceptual model just perfectly outlined via satellite. All right, so what is that? That's 0Z. So 0Z is when 23Z.
Right about no.
The storms to the north hogged our low-level jet too, which is why we're not seeing anything.
Yeah,
but it's getting close.
Just as a note, right now the UTC time frame is. Let me just make sure.
It's 23. It'll be 23Z.
It'll be 23 in about 3 minutes, and so it'll be 0Z when we get to 7 p.m. Central Time.
Mm-hmm.
Man, these have had good mesos aloft for so long, too.
Yeah, there's so much sheer aloft. Ooh, hello, John.
Good evening.
What are we?
That?
Oh, a little notch there too. Oh, great. Huh. There's something little thing.
I guess that's what they're seeing right here.
It's what they're keying on, yeah. And oh boy.
See if maybe it was a little more defined some point.
Okay. So, right. I think we are now only about an hour from these southern storms. Now that they're, oriented properly, they're staying alive, even though they're a little cold, they're absolutely still alive and well as supercells. The environment becomes truly favorable at 0Z to 01Z. That's when things start to really take off.
And that is an hour to 2 hours from now. I'm doing the conversion for everybody in the audience to know, because I know a lot of people probably have no idea what Z time is or UTC time, so I'm helping them here.
All right. So in 1 hour from now, I think, let me make sure. Yeah, that's 1 hour from now. Here is the environment, our supercell, our main supercell that you've been talking about for a while.
Mm-hmm. Plus you got those two trailing behind to the south.
It's heading into this environment.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding when I say this environment these supercells are heading into. If you showed me most of these soundings, I would think you were just making these in SharpEye. Like, just making some comedy sounding just for fun. Instead of what these really are.
Yeah.
I see that southern supercell's gotten a little better there. The third one there that got the warning, look at that one. That's starting to do a little better.
Yeah, these are all starting to do a lot better, I think.
Yeah.
This one?
No, that would be the severe thunderstorm warning to the left.
Here we go.
Yeah. The one that got warned about a half hour or so ago, it started to fire up. And that's why I always keep looking south, because I worry about, will the one further south be the one that you really worry about? And then you see the one there, here's another one, Cheyenne. It's like, does that get going? Again, as those cells move northeast, they're going into a better environment, getting away from the interstate. It's been made pretty clear by the atmosphere that you're away, if you're at the interstate or south, you're not doing anything. You move further north, it's better, and they might get going.
Yeah.
Good evening, John.
Hey.
Good evening.
Now that I think about it, you know what this looks a lot more like now that we kind of see how this southern mode is evolving is like a lot of those sort of jet streaks in Oklahoma, it's disguised. So I've seen a lot of these like 500 millibar jet streaks in April and whatnot that were forecast to be very big events in Oklahoma because they were forecast to eject in and they looked classic. Left exits right over Oklahoma, everything. And then the trough slowed down and instead it was digging into the desert southwest.
Mm-hmm.
But this, even though the 500 millibar map doesn't show it, this is exactly that. It's just a little higher up. You just have to look a little higher up and then it reveals itself. as being that kind of setup.
Yeah.
So, the schematic is still there. It's just a little bit. You just have to look a little harder.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, here we go.
North.
Here we go. Tornado's forming, guys. Tornado is forming right now. Northernmost supercell is forming a tornado imminently.
Okay, that one there. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
100%.
that's got a better hook. It just did tighten a little. So
right
this
next to the radar too.
Oh, yikes! See that last scan? It started to hook it a little better. See, that's the problem is you start putting out a warning, you almost have to just keep warning the darn thing till it dies, and you don't know when it's going to start cycling or start spinning up, and you just can't let that go. So you'll issue 5-6 tornado warnings on the same daggone cell, but you don't know which one of those 5 or 6 where it might actually do something. And so you take the course of least regret.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Cam has said that, but that's really true. Can you honestly look at the radar and tell me which one of these tornado warnings you issue for that cell will it do it? You don't. So so we face this dilemma. It's really a dilemma. Do you warn, knowing you're going to have a lot of false alarm, but you're going to nail when it finally goes down? Or do you be selective and you go, I'm just going to do SVRs and I'll activate on a tour, but then you might miss it. That's the cost. And so the Weather Service has always taken the stance of, when in doubt, put it out. That's actually a rhyme. Yes, you've heard me mention an internal rhyme I was taught in Norman in my training. When in doubt, if you're on the fence, put it out. It's kind of like that threshold of, if you're not sure, it's better to take the false alarm than take the miss. Because the miss is where you cost lives, cost property, and that's the dilemma you face. And it's just the natural decision of least regret to take. That's why the false alarm or tornado warnings is 70%. But you see here why it is 70%. Well, which of these moments in these supercells are they actually putting out a tornado? Can you really say? We look at and go,
the other one's on the ground.
Very, it shows up on
I agree.
the reflectivity, but it's not really
right. And remember,
up on the velocity.
And remember, the radar, the beam goes up from the radar. Yeah, so as the further away you go from the radar, you're higher and higher and higher. You don't know what's going on below. So you're stuck.
Velocity that you have, Kurzov, I don't know if it's showing the exact same thing. Do we have...
I know I'm using a color
Here
terminal.
we go,
it
guys.
might be looking different.
This southern supercell here is probably both of these southern supercells that you see lined up. I don't know how else to say that the environment these are heading into in the next couple hours is... It leaves me at a loss for words. Truly. When I made the discussion, or not even the discussion, when I made the outlook for today, right, I mentioned that these supercells would probably last for 4+ hours. I said, compared to all the other modes, which would go upscale a little quicker, I thought we'd still get tornadoes out of the northern modes, but I just thought they'd go upscale. But the mixing, stopped that. But with this here, compared to those, you have a lot more zonal flow aloft. And not only that, but you have a veer back veer. And what a veer back veer does is it's actually very helpful to your mid-level mesocyclone. Helps vent away a lot of precipitation that you would otherwise have in the mesocyclone of the storm. And it really, in a lot of studies and research, it shows that having a veer back veer, especially in the mid levels and not the low levels, is very beneficial to an updraft. And here we very clearly have that. And not only that, but we have a low level jet that's accelerating at about 5 to 10 knots every single hour. So
because it's coming in from the west.
It looks like Marley's pulled up our radar Omega.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, if you need me to swap out, I can do that.
Okay, now I have pretty much. I would be very shocked if this is now not on the ground. The northern storm.
I think we might need a tornado warning for the storm near Canton pretty quickly.
All right, I'm gonna.
No problem.
Maybe. These are still struggling with outflow just a small bit.
All right. Take over.
But.
Oh, looks like okay. Looks like all right.
I'm letting y'all kind of.
Okay.
Okay. So that is the reflectivity there. Okay.
That storm near Canton, are you able to?
Yeah, sorry. I'm a little lost on my bearings right now because I've been doing media all day. Canton, where? Oklahoma?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, should be just south of the tornado.
Oh, yeah, I see it here.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I can pull out some velocity on this.
And then you could try to loop.
Yeah.
Here we go. This rear supercell is
I'm going to go back to reflectivity. It looks like velocity is kind of messy, and it's also far from the radar.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
See if there's is there a closer one? No, it looks kind of dead right here.
Afraid you're stuck.
Yeah.
Increase the loop length. Yeah, if you're able to.
If I can, let me see if I can do that. Let's do 21 frames.
Yeah, that'll work. And give it a moment. There we go. Yeah, I always keep my radars looping. Personally, it's just easier to watch things go. All right, so it's trying. I can see it's trying to join up with that southern supercell too on the screen. You see that?
Yeah.
And crazy as well here.
I'm gonna try and get us a view on both here.
I think here's my only thing, right? Is if there is a saving grace, I really hope these southern two supercells grow upscale. I'm not confident in it, but I really hope they do. Like, my fingers are crossed. Please grow upscale. That's all I want to see right now. And notice you do have more storm development way to the west. That'll be your nocturnal storms in western Oklahoma.
Yep. Because that's the problem. People think, because I've already seen a few chats and special coverage are saying, this event's over. Didn't we say this could happen?
Yeah.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so you'll leave this up.
All right. This northern supercell is
really
struggling to keep itself. Like, I think it's just downdraft is so cold. I think it's losing mass is its issue.
Is it also the other southern
tornado warning that has just been updated? A confirmed tornado was located 4 miles south of Helena.
Yep.
Okay, it's that one where the spotters are.
Yeah.
Where it's called Chaser Convergence.
All right. Yeah, I know Marley's had to step out though, so we can't look at the velocity here.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, it's really not that good.
Yeah.
Here, if you want, I can do this one.
It's still a confirmed tornado warning for whoever it is. I mean, it may not look really good to us on radar, but for the people down there, I don't think they care. It's on the ground.
No, to be fair though, it's not like it looks bad at all. Like, it's just very tight. It's probably a super small circulation, I'd imagine. Not a like to
a
me
rope or something.
Yeah, to me, like a large circulation far away is so much less meaningful than if you're like somewhat close to it, like this storm is. Like, you're close to the radar and you just see pixel to pixel high velocities.
Looks like the storm that we were discussing about near Putnam, which is the southernmost severe warn cell, seems to be getting a velocity signature that's a little bit more defined.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's these. Yeah, to me,
can't move, but
I know. But I get the feeling the mode is this: those cells going north into Kansas, some of them are going to run out of moisture, or they just don't go into the best environment. While these southern cells, as they get north of the Interstate 40, they're the ones that actually might be the most dangerous. Right at this heading into the next hour or two.
All right, I'm back. Let me know if you want me to move this at all.
Can you move it to Putnam?
Yeah.
The southern cell.
The cells north of OKC. I mean, yeah.
Okay,
no
Putnam. I heard Putnam and thought Tennessee. Putnam, as in.
No, right there. In Oklahoma. Yes, that one.
If you could turn on the velocity.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, look at that. Got a better hook in the last frame.
It did.
It did. And you could see the velocity signatures starting to show a little more there.
The eastern supercell, so the western supercell back here obviously is, looking very good. But what's happening with the eastern supercell is notice it's losing its hail core.
The one in Canton?
The one, yeah, let me turn my city names back on.
We've got one in Putnam. Okay, the middle one. Okay.
Yeah. It's losing its hail core. So Putnam, what I'm looking at here is it's still developing. It's still a smaller supercell. Looks like it's still maybe got 30 minutes until it really matures. Here, the eastern supercell, it's been mature for a while. It's just losing its hail core that it's had for so long. That's been a huge hindrance to it, to be honest. So I would most certainly be watching, and also consider as the low level jet increases and your mid level flow arrives and your low level wind's back. What you're also going to be doing is you're going to be increasing your storm relative inflow, which in a situation like this increases updraft size. So it's going to be your storms are going to start off really small like this. Like they're not huge supercells yet. They're still somewhat small, a little more maybe not so classic of these just giant plain supercells, but they absolutely will become that. Just give them a little bit of time.
I'm definitely looking at that Putnam cell with some concern right now.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm looking at that one going, that looks like trouble. I'm looking at the velocity and going, that looks like trouble. It's trying to get some rotation there.
This localized low-level jet acceleration here. I mean, once we get this low-level jet acceleration, I think it's going to go from 0 to 100 extremely fast.
Yep, there's the report there 5 miles south of Helena that bless you. A Weather Service employee reported a tornado. Wow.
I think there might be a tornado on the ground up in Putnam right now. I'm looking at higher tilts of CC, and it does not look too promising right now. So
that's clear air. Yeah, that's clear air. Look at the CC and then overlay it with
look at the Putnam County storm on CC with tilt number 3.
Yeah, but I wouldn't look at tilt 3 versus tilt 1. Like, go to tilt 1, look where the CC is, and then overlay reflectivity with it. And then you'll notice it's just clear arc and TAM.
I totally know exactly how to do that in Radar Omega. I actually don't know how to do that. Is there, like, a way I'm supposed to overlay it?
Here, I'll just...
So I know tilt, but yeah, if you want to...
I'm sending 2 images and I'll do something.
Okay.
So...
Man, I wish there was a camera on Putnam. I wonder if there's any highway cameras here, or state road cameras.
No color showing up well. What about white?
I doubt it for that area.
There we go.
Yeah, I doubt it.
And then CC.
It's a U.S. highway. It's not an interstate or anything.
Yeah.
Right? That.
I mean, it's possible. I'll take a look really quick. Do you want me to put the radar somewhere else? I'm gonna. Okay, so I am not really well versed with how radar works, so I'm gonna let you guys do all the talking, and I'll just do the radio or the radar.
Yeah, because So we saw the Helena one up to the north. That was going. You can see that was kind of weakening. And that means these two down here in the south, and in whatever form south of them, southwest of them. After all, I see another cell trying to develop southwest of Putnam right now. Just off the screen.
Yeah.
In fact, you could.
Lowood Hammond.
Yeah.
And then Berlin to the southwest of that.
Yeah. See, that's what happens is every time you have a southernmost cell, you have to look at that.
Patrick, even though there wasn't a Q field, stuff is firing anyway.
Yeah. Well, but that's because you still have the shear and the gradient of every dry line. I mean, maybe it just goes straight to it because it was drier.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Wow. So that's now becoming a robust supercell.
I'm surprised it's not a.
Oh no. Helena's not weakening. Helena just cycled. That's all it did.
Yeah.
Tornado
cycled.
watch likely number 661. Tornado watch likely for portions of western / central Iowa. 80%.
Oh, wow. That's following the bow line. The bow line. Yep. They gotta do it. That's
yeah, it looks like
we are literally driving along on that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
That Putnam cell needs to get warned with.
Yes.
Cell needs a tornado warning like now.
I've been saying Putnam for a while now, haven't I?
So, even I see it.
Oh
yeah. And
watch this O'Keen storm.
There's our RFE cut right there.
Putnam, in the immediate short term, I agree, it is a larger concern. In my opinion, the northeastern cell here near O'Keen, look at something here. You see how it's kind of at a bow, like it's kind of further out from the rest of the other cells. The other cells are more so like kind of tucked.
Yeah, that would actually got a little Dow burst or something pushed out too. I see that. So that could be a wind outflow there. Something.
A little bit.
A little bit. Yeah, no. The Putnam one though is the one that I'm going, I think I'd be warning it. Not just a severe either. In fact, where's the velocity on this, please? Could someone switch it to velocity?
There it is. Oh, there they go. There's the warning.
Wow.
Spoke right on time.
Yeah, there's the warning. And look at that tighten up. Ooh, yeah. You can't let that shape, you can't let that velocity field go. Not in this
I really wish they had a radar over here because this is really messy and it sort of makes it hard to understand.
That's a B word too.
Unfortunately, I'd have to go somewhere else to figure out how high up off the ground.
Oh, the Helena one. Oh, I just realized the Helena one is observed.
Yeah, it was weather
been observed for some time because of
8 minutes ago.
Yeah, and the storm.
Okay, so I'm gonna sorry, take my focus off the radar for just a moment and tweet this out here.
Pick it back up, Marley.
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah.
I just really hope this grows upscale. I'm not confident. I'm actually confident it won't, but I really hope for the sake of people here, like this does. Because if these two cells don't turn into a line segment here, these two supercells, I don't know. Oh, no, Patrick, that's way worse than what you were just saying. That, okay. Newest velocity scan is way worse.
For
Putnam.
Yeah, see, that's my concern. I'm always worried about the southernmost cell. I don't know why. It's just a rule of thumb. It's like, you got a bunch of cells, look at the southern one the most. Obviously, things can happen that the others might have a chance, but the southern one's usually got the clearest air, and it does right now.
Yeah.
And then you got these two cells that are forming down to the south. Watch those go up.
So I'm looking at these from Wichita because I want to see the upper level mesos, and let me just put this. This is pretty typical planes here to see this kind of upper level meso presentation. We maybe have 15 to 20 minutes here of like, okay, we can breathe. We have, nothing crazy's happening yet, or nothing super extreme is happening, but
yeah, it's earth shattering. Yes. Although, what's earth shattering?
But wow. And then whatever's forming back to the southwest due to the ejection of the actual jet streak itself, it is curved. So maybe there is a bit of additional forcing even leaking into the right exit.
Hey
Kurt's
guys,
back. Hey Kurt. Welcome to maybe the start of the main course.
Yeah, that's probably what I was gonna come back to. I saw the cell that got observed, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch LEX 18 about Wednesday, and then I'm gonna come here. And
the observer one was Helena, the northern one there, but I think it's starting to lose its grip. But now these cells to the southwest to form, and the one in Putnam's got a a pretty good hook, and it got tornado warned right before our eyes as we were staring at it.
Honestly, I've been watching the cell just northeast to it. It looks like
we've been looking at that too.
The southern cell is definitely going to have like some sort of nudging. So in the event that it actually does,
keep in mind your northeastern cell is a little outflow dominant, so it's actually probably not great that both of those are oriented like that. It might increase the chance of upscale development. I hope it grows upscale. I really hope. I mean, that
it's
is like
starting to look like it, to be honest.
A little bit, but I mean, it's not guaranteed at all. I just hope that it does.
Okay.
Because it would be the only thing that would prevent this event from probably being.
I just put out another one.
Where?
Grant. It's
These ones down to the southwest aren't growing upscale at all. These are growing.
It's an extension of the one currently up north near Cherokee.
That's the Helena one, I believe. Was.
Was.
Back
yes.
in just the radar.
But again, think about it. It put down a tornado. Are you going to let that go quietly at night? Heck probably. No. You're going to keep warning it until it dies.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma until 7 p.m. Daylight Time. At 6:19 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Putnam, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are predicted. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Canton, Oakwood, Putnam, and Eagle City. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Is where it came from, how it developed. It's a tornado.
Oh, big box.
Yeah, that's continuing to severe. But think about it. You want to get way ahead on these severes.
Yeah.
You want to make these an hour long, if not longer. Because think about it. Is that supercell going to go away in the next hour? No. Why would you do a 30-minute warning? You're just giving yourself more work. Put a big box out and leave it alone. Because who knows? What if that person's doing severe and tornado? They're just going to throw the severe out as long as they can just to get it out there and done so they can focus on the bigger threat, which is spin-ups.
23 Z-obs are out.
What do they look like?
Pretty much the same moisture. I mean, it's in place at this point, so it's not going to do anything different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really hope this starts to grow upscale sometime soon. I hope we see upscale development. Like, I'm not confident. Again, as I'm saying, I'm not confident it will, but I really hope we see it. It kind of is trying to, in a way. If you see these storms here from all the outflow being produced by all these supercells, they're kind of trying to, but I mean, the environment in the next couple hours is going to get so incredibly sheared that. Here we go.
Okay.
I mean, things still haven't been too impressive right now. We're finally now starting to try to get some supercells here, but.
Well, we did say 8 to 11 p.m., right?
Yeah. No, I mean.
that you can't. Yeah. That's just been when I've seen model runs, I'm going, okay. That's when I see things really going out there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. See, that's a problem. Is a lot of people are probably getting tired, going to sleep. I mean, yeah, I know we don't have many in the audience here. We've been on here for, admittedly, 3.5 hours, and this event could just now be underway.
Y'all go home. It's not happening. I'm kidding.
Yeah, well,
goes home, immediately starts happening.
Guys, I'm Navinder. This is a bust.
Yeah, I know. But didn't we say that? Did we predict several hours ago people would do that?
Yeah, we sure did.
Yeah, and that's a problem. People don't realize day one outlook, the whole day. That means night two. Got to go through the night, and
I thought the day was more active than it was.
We just got to see how.
Yep, that would just went. So that I would expect in a half hour or less that one.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Alfalfa County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Grant County in northern Oklahoma, western Garfield County in northern Oklahoma until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Goldtree, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball signs. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Pond Creek, Kremlin, Goldtree, Hunter, Hillsdale, Carrier, and Jefferson. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
For the time being. But yeah.
Sure.
Then again, this environment's expected to be just nothing short of incredible here pretty soon.
It's like the kind of bow down here now. It's like trying to condense to one consistent line. They're gonna be popping up. That.
Yeah, these two cells are really interfering with each other here. These two supercells.
They're kind of on top of each other.
Mm-hmm. They form too close.
Just a little bit too close, but enough.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're still going to stay discrete in the environment. They're just kind of touching each other a little bit.
Well, no, notice what's between them. Look what's happening between them. Because this one's raining, it's cooling, and therefore, because it's cooling, it's actually forming a bunch of elevated stuff between them, which is
not good for development.
Yeah, especially for the like furthest north storm. Actually, though, like the southern storm in this scenario isn't going to be hurt until this storm goes outflow dominant, and then it undercuts the other storm, and that's when you get outflow dominance. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens in the next hour or two here with the increasing shear. I mean, as I've said, the actual magnitude of low-level shear that's expected in an environment with 4,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE is expected to be like nothing short of just insane.
Yeah.
If we still have a discrete mode by then, I just don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just really concerned. Like, if we still maintain this discrete mode from 8 to 11 Shit is gonna pop off, and you cannot change anything about that.
Yeah, let me see what people are saying about our storms so far.
I'm gonna check Frederick right now. Messy, because they're only on av set right now for like 1 second. Put on a sales mode. That's all I'm asking.
O'Keen Supercell is better. Hillsdale. Okay. Yeah, it's Oakwood doing pretty good. I mean, like they all look like good supercells. I do wonder. The other possibility is that this northeastern supercell just kind of dies harmlessly to the other storm, and the other storm just becomes dominant. Which I don't think it's likely, but it's something to consider. There's just so much instability. Just seems like.
Well, when you have 4,000 or 5,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna do that.
Okay.
Yeah, when you get 4,000 to 5,000 joules a kilogram of Kate, which is very high, you're not going to be able to temper that much.
Yeah. Okay. Our southern cell is that alpha dominant completely, or is it? I don't know.
It don't look like it to me.
I know our northern cell is. It's alpha dominant, but yeah. You know what's interesting to consider too is if we get large enough mesocyclones on these, this is a really weird concept. If you get gigantic mesos, they actually there's a small chance they can orbit.
Yeah, Fujiwara.
Yeah, kinda.
Patrick, did you see that event from last year where the supercells orbited each other?
Well, that's what happens. You get rotations around, and
yeah.
Okay, Holly has a high NDF3 DI. I might as well go ahead and take a moment aside. Who wants to talk about the Holly tornado?
I don't know. I think pretty interesting situation. Just 4,000 Cape in Texas plus enough deep layer shear equaled boom.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, all I've got to say is that Freddie McKinney's a goat.
112%.
Okay. Looking at these from multiple radars. Upper level mesos are now much stronger. These two supercells are way less discrete. Like, actually, in the upper levels of the atmosphere, these are way less discrete of supercells now. I hope they stay that way, but yeah.
Can't bet on that though.
Right.
There was a 65-mile-an-hour report right there on the road? Right there?
It was about 20-something minutes ago.
From a mesonet site along the road. Ooh. I've just seen those icons that I know to take a look.
Yeah.
How's our nice, lovely bow echo line up to in Nebraska? Oh, geez. There's something that has truly gone upscale growth. I saw that was a question to everybody. So what it means when Crazy's talking about upscale growth, it means you take individual cells, you grow them into a larger scale, and now you get these big, long lines and structures. And at that point, that kind
yeah, and they're like these like lines that like can just produce like the craziest wind damage because they're all bowing out in like this sort of segment. We call like these like upscale growths like kind of bow segments sometimes. And it's just because of their shape, how they kind of like bow out in a straight line. Currently, this is not a very strong line at the moment. You could see some spin ups here. You could see pretty much anything.
At least aloft, both of these supercells are now almost aligned.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have
Kinda
destructive hail reports. That's awesome.
Kind of looks like a guy walking. Got the 2 legs down there.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised with the southern mode's playing out. This storm mode is nowhere near as favorable as I was expecting. This is actually very close to just full on linear. Like, the northernmost supercell obviously is nowhere close to linear, but the rest of everything is very close. It seems like just nothing like.
Oh, big hail.
Yeah, I see that. That's 2.75 inches. That's a. Ooh, wait. Yeah. Oh boy. That's a baseball. Makes sense though.
Yeah, I'm not so confident in storm mode down here anymore. I really am not. I don't like the way that this all kind of just grew for significant tornado chances because it was looking so good, but just the way that these supercells all then materialized to the southwest of the other supercell rather than the south of it.
Now it just looks like another long line.
Yeah. Maybe if the
and we've got another radar indicated tornado warning. Hail of 2.5 inches for Blaine, Garfield, Kingfisher, and Major, Oklahoma until 7:30.
Oh wait, yeah, I think they're probably looking at the
O'Keen
Oklahoma
one.
City view edit. Yeah, that is a pretty good meso aloft. I'm not gonna lie, but.
And they just wore a tornado warning on it. Oh gosh. Oh. Yep.
Also got some damage reports out of Smithfield. Looks like just some minor tree damage.
Okay.
Those are almost linear. Everything is almost linear here.
Yeah.
I just hope. I'm praying this doesn't go back downscale or something. Or it doesn't succeed. Like, I want this linear so bad. Because it would actually thwart probably the biggest setup of the whole year for strong to violent tornadoes.
But then we'd have to worry about Wednesday. Oh boy.
Wednesday's does not have the ceiling this setup had, and not even in the same conversation.
Well, yeah, but
it's for your area. I mean, yeah, but like in terms of the actual setup, it's nowhere near as impressive. Not even close. These tornado warned storms are all just a mess.
Yeah,
Aloft, this is not just a discrete supercell anymore either. This is all trying to go linear. I think what's happened here is that, for Oklahoma, this environment's usually working, but just the way these form just did not allow it. And this is not something you can predict at all. This is not even an environmental thing because the environment is just pristine. It's just a storm mode issue that was not expected.
All right, well, I'm gonna head out then. Apparently, I'll be back though.
Okay.
Let me see.
Wave sand. Bye bye.
Man, what does it take to get a big plains event? I'm now confused. Is it really this fickle? Holy what?
But that's why weather prediction is so hard.
Yeah.
There's too many other things that can come into play that we still don't know.
Almost wondering if the southwestern end of the line's good now, too. That's upscale. That's gone upscale completely. It's a line. Just these two storms here. You know what I'm wondering though is if the Louisville Jet's going to be so strong, then it's going to stop it anyway.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Okeen, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado, ball-sized hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Enid, Hennessy, Lacomas, Okeen, Bison, Vance Air Force Base, and Lacey. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
That isn't. Let me see what people are saying out of Okeen. Yep, cone tornado on the ground near Okeen. You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, let me
Cone
take a look at
tornado
it.
on the ground. It has, I think KTLX is overdoing that velocity signature, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh,
This is
okay.
from KVNX.
I see the way this is wrapping up now. If this isn't being affected too much by the storms behind it, this might be our first real big one. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good whatsoever. The supercell to the north, I mean, it has so much mass. It just needs to utilize its cold RFD correctly. It needs to find a way to do it. But the shear that's impinging on these supercells now, like that's building in rapidly, is so strong that yes, there's a good chance things will try to grow upscale, but like I wonder if we're just gonna have supercellular elements anyway in that line.
OUN just marked another one as observed for Blaine, Garfield, and Kingfisher. I think that might be this one.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, it's this one, so I'm gonna go.
It has a CC drop to it, hit something.
It's gonna be purple any minute now.
Okay, here we go. All right. The supercells to the southwest are actually going to be more discreet than these storms.
Look at that. Look at that.
Ooh.
Meso
yeah, you see it curving.
Yep. Here we go.
Yep, there we go. Marcus tornado.
Oh, it's peeling to the right. It's trying to peel away from the outflow. A little bit. You can notice that there. Oh, wait. Never mind. It's not trying to peel away from the outflow. It's actually... I see what it's doing. It's wrapping all that rain-cooled air around the circulation. So there's going to be a quickly occluding tornado. Here we go. These cells... Okay, so something I'm noticing. These cells further to the southwest... Again, orientation is really important. They're not actually oriented as badly. once this rear flank merger occurs, that's actually going to become a more discrete supercell in all likelihood.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southwestern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:39 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Okeen, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and tennis ball-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Enid, Hennessy, Wacomas, Okeen, Bison, Vance Air Force Base, and Lacey. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
See all those vectors? They're almost going north. That's not exactly.
Where does this go?
Yeah. See, it's even curving back around to the west a little bit. You're curving around the low.
Yeah, I can't really pull up the composite, but it's all the way up to Bismarck. Boing. Whoop.
So it produced its tornado, but like, look at the supercell itself now. Look at what happened because of all the rain-cooled air behind it. All right. This is either about to get all grow completely linear and we're going to be saved, or like, yeah. Still a massive mesoloft.
And it looks like they just issued a new, really long one for the storm near Oakwood, just below the observed one near Okeen.
Yep, that one.
There, yeah.
Here we go. No, this is nowhere near. There's nowhere near as many tornadoes, especially that I'm noticing. I wonder why nothing formed between our southern mode and our northern mode here. I thought we'd at least have convection in this area and it'd be like a more complete line, but I guess just nothing
area
between modes.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh wait, is that trying to reorient? What is this doing?
It is. I could not tell you what it.
The supercell of the southwest usually wouldn't be a problem. It's just the fact that there's so much convection between the two now, and there's such big updrafts that it's causing this northeastern one to struggle with its inflow. All right.
All right, so gotta figure out what to do.
Okay, O'Keen is going to be a long track sig.
Yeah.
I think that even though there's outflow issues with it, it's kind of established itself as a long track significant producer. The only one though, which is really surprising, but like considering now we're at the peak of, or we're at like the time of the event expected. So
Yeah.
or no, it's not gonna be that long track because that's outflow.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight. At 6:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Eagle City, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. The following impacts are flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Watonga, Hitchcock, Loyal, Eagle City, and Omega. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Happening.
It's not like there's nothing happening. It's just like
I don't know. Like
this might be.
two little pop up.
I want to see what people are saying about how the setup's materialized.
Seems like it's just drier air in that area.
Potentially.
Still watching these super cells here in Oklahoma to see if they're going to do anything more or not.
I'm really surprised. So, what I'm really surprised about watching is just how the orientation of this became so awful for like significant tornado development. Like the actual boundary orientation is just not correct. But it makes sense the one that's producing the tornado is that one.
Yeah.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, central Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 3 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Eagle City, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and golf ball-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat rotation. Following impacts are expected, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Watonga, Hitchcock, Loyal, Eagle City, and Omega. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Orientation can really screw over a setup.
Yeah.
Even though it's so close, it's just gets so far.
Yeah.
It looks like they may have shrunk that polygon just a tad bit too much on the one near Okeen. But what do you think, Patrick?
Well, yeah, that's an update.
That's new. There's confluence lines forming.
Yeah, they might have hit something by mistake.
This new scan just came up, and it kind of looks like a donut now. It's giving me flashbacks to the one we had the other day that kind of just sat.
Wrong. We might have been very wrong. That storm way to the west.
Yeah.
Extrapolate its path. If you like once it goes more east because of it turning more supercellular. Ooh, you might have been very wrong about the farthest southwest one though. Wow. Okay, here we go. That's producing. That cell is just not a supercell anymore, but it doesn't matter.
I'm looking at some of the chaser feeds for this one near Okeen. Well, Hennessy now because it's past Okeen, but it's just looking like if there is really anything, it might be a little bit too rainy to pick anything out in pictures because it might be a little bit more rain wrapped. And it's going to start getting dark, which is extremely dangerous because then this is why everybody tells you doesn't matter if you see it or not, doesn't matter if it's observed or not. If you're under a tornado warning, you need to go inside because even if you can't see it, it's probably still there.
Yeah.
Okay. So now the southernmost storms and the confluence lines that are now forming out ahead of this. Oh wow, there's no. Remember how I talk about remnant EML with those confluence lines? There's none. I'm going to be entirely honest when I say, right? Since there is such strong forcing for ascent in this left exit region, we see a reorientation of our initiating boundaries for the southwestern storms back here.
Yeah.
And which will keep them supercellular in all likelihood. Once they do form, they will likely form into supercells. And we have the highest end shear. I don't know. Like, the ceiling for what is about to happen in the next couple of hours is pretty unfathomable.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be surprised if Lacey's still a SIG at this point.
Kurt, look what's happening way to the west in western Oklahoma.
Okay, hold on. Let me switch to Frederick for this, so that way I can see it better.
Look at the way that's materializing compared to everything else.
Are you thinking it's becoming more upscale or more discrete?
I think that's more discrete than anything else.
Okay.
And note where that's going to be heading.
Yeah, straight into that same area.
Yeah.
So I'm still pretty concerned about Oklahoma City, and also since now we have
this will be a tail end supercell here. Yeah. And Kurt, do you want to see the environment this has when it gets to Oklahoma City?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Send it to me in DMs. I mean, I'm more concerned by these cells that are now just starting to fire up near Stillwater and Chandler, like in this.
So, guys, I'm just going to warn you. Get ready for something that you're never going to want to see again. All right.
Oh crap! Because of, I guess I'll have to be streaming for the meantime.
Yeah.
There we go.
Kurt, if you don't mind, do you think you could take the SPC outlook off of there just so we could focus a little bit more on the in the now?
Yeah. How about I take off the watch, honestly, because I think the watch. Oh, look at Pond Creek. What the hell?
Guys, when this gets to OKC, that's the environment.
Okay, well,
if you want me to start streaming from Radar Omega again, I can, because it seems like GR2 is showing its age a little bit.
Yeah, it just crashed on me, dude.
Yeah.
Do you want me to screen share this?
Near Pond Creek. Do you see that cell near Pond Creek? It's got a really
Elk
good upper
City is trying its best to become supercellular. I really hope this does not succeed.
All right, here we go. Just tell me where you guys want me to put it.
That part there's trying to go.
Which one? Near Hennessy?
Yeah. That was the one that was warned earlier. It looked like it was trying to wrap up, and now it's like, is it going to cycle?
I think it's struggling with being behind the outflow of the supercell.
Oh, it's looking like her.
But something I'm noticing is like the other storm is lagging behind. So I wonder if maybe this will kind of peel off a little bit. All right. All I will say is that it's pretty likely the heat of the event is going to be here within the next short bit.
Yeah, I said 8 to 11. Yeah.
Crazy?
Yeah.
Ping me. Like, just DM me. As soon as I receive a DM from you, I'm back here. Okay? Because honestly, like, you know, stings are still not going the way they are. I kind of want to just do something else at this point, given how everything's kind of forming at the moment. But once things start to get more upscale and whatnot, well, not upscale, but more downscale, I'll kind of show up in here and see what's up.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh man, I just look at this like tail end down here, and I just think, wow, you know?
Yeah. I'll be back. When crazy.
Is this a dead zone, or is there another radar down here? I don't think there is.
It's kind of like a dead zone. I mean, the only best.
I think Altus needs a radar, honestly.
Yeah. The best
or not Altus, sorry, Elk City.
Here, where did you? Oh, we got some confirmed damage on that. It looks very minor though.
On which one? The one near Clinton?
The one that was near Helena. Actually, no. Yeah, no. The one, not the one near Helena, but the one near Lacey. I mean.
Okay.
Dang it! Sorry, I did not mean to click that.
Dang, that's.
I wish I could see. I wish I could see LSRs on here, but I can't.
That's got a decent upper level mezzo. It is going supercellular, unlike a lot of the other storms around it.
Here we are.
I'm gonna pull up some velocity on this one here.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm not sure about Radar Omega's color scheme. I assume that orange is when it has no idea what it's doing.
Those are glitches.
I think orange is purple. Yeah, that when the radar just has no idea what velocity is doing. Let's see. I just heard another thing. Continues tornado warning observed. Garfield Kingfisher. I think that's this one, right? This is Garfield. They shrunk it even more.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they're following them.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, that's extremely rainy.
Okay, the storm near Butler is starting to grow in upper level meso.
Butler is which one? The lower one?
The furthest southwest one, yeah. If that turns right,
yeah.
Like, I put the long-term environment into the chat so you guys can see what it actually looks like.
Let me see if there's better radar coverage from down here.
I'm truly speechless.
I don't think there is.
I don't know.
I
what do you think's better?
Tornado just spun up.
Not really any of them.
Yeah.
Guys, I think there's a new tornado.
It's unfortunate.
The Hennessy storm. Those confluence lines ahead of this up here, once this cold pool expands to the east, these confluence lines should actually convect.
Hello, John.
Hey.
What's up, John?
My brother's on that.
We're mainly focused on.
By the way.
Really?
Oh, gosh.
My brother's on that site. He does not have a visual of it yet. By the way.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right.
I wouldn't assume you could, given how freaking rain wrapped it is. It looks like it's probably going to be rain wrapped if there is anything that someone's seeing.
The reason it's rain wrapped is because like it just has a whole ton of stuff behind it.
Mm-hmm.
This supercell up here to the north, in theory, should become tornadic. It's just that it's not.
Let's go back a little bit to see all these cells again here, like a bigger. Might want to turn on the reflectivity too here.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, try to get
the velocity is just you can't even see anything out there.
No, you're too far away.
Ah, stop it. Sorry, my radar is acting up. Oh, would you like more frames, or is this good?
It's okay.
Here we go. So,
I do wish I could speed it up a little.
I don't think you can. Oh, that's the Echo Tops.
Yeah, Echo Tops.
Interesting way to view this. That gives you an idea of the updrafts and everything. And the cascade
go look at this tornado here. Is it here? Yeah, it's not very high. Ah, stop it. It's not very high resolution.
The storm with the highest Echo Tops is literally the one that's forming the furthest southwest.
Yeah, I see that.
Flash flood warning.
Let me actually look at Echo Tops. Hold on.
Yeah, that last scan, it showed that it was the highest.
Let me measure it.
59,000 feet.
59. Yep. And
no, those are 50, 40, 55.
56.
No, that's the biggest.
Yeah, this one has the highest.
And it's the furthest southwest.
Wow.
The most concerned.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a flash flood warning for northern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, eastern Dewey County in northwestern Oklahoma until 10:50 Central Daylight Time. At 7:07 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Taloga, Okeen, Canton, Longdale, Oakwood, Putnam, Canton Lake, Eagle City, Hugmac, Southern and Homestead. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
You know what I really wish? It would be so cool if somehow they managed. I don't know how you would do it over cell data because radar data is immensely heavy. But it would be really cool if they brought DAOs, Doppler on wheels, like, volunteers could put them on Radar Omega. But I don't really know how that would work, getting data back. Anyway, that would be very helpful for areas like this because there is just horrible radar coverage. I mean, I complain about my local area having bad radar coverage sometimes, but then you look at places in Tornado Alley and it's kind of crazy that you'd think that the place with the most need for radars doesn't actually have it.
Because these radars were put in decades ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
And there aren't any more of them.
And you got to have the funding to do it. And each radar, for what I was told, every radar that went in back then was $1 million each.
Yeah.
That's just to put it in. We're not even then going to count how much it costs to keep them running.
Yeah, and all the upgrades that have been done to them.
They've long extended their service life. We've had to do refurbish parts and do whatever we can to keep them running.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. So we have two main updrafts in the southern. The re-tornado warn this preemptively.
Yeah.
I think they're just going to let this expire here.
Probably.
I just saw them issue. Was it this one they just issued? The one near Deer Creek? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tornado warning. Yep.
Is there a closer radar or ICT?
A little bit.
I gotta fix my IEM bot because I'm not hearing the bings anymore. There we go.
Hold on.
You put this in good old velocity mode, and I see nothing.
Yeah, you'd have to back it up and see. Oh, there's a new warning.
That's a new SVR, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my same thought too.
It's not the best thing, but again, do you risk letting that go?
Nope, I wouldn't.
Nope, that means you put it out. You still could see there's some kind of hook, and even though it doesn't look that great now, that doesn't mean 15 minutes from now it will be the same. It'll be entirely different.
It's probably better to scare people with the warning than to have them be scared when they hear a train coming to their house, you know?
Well, yeah, more in a train. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize this radar was so close to it. Let me look at the reflectivity from this one. Sorry, velocity. Oh, there we go.
All right, sorry for the wait, guys. So what are we tracking right now on the screen? Because I'm currently tracking Oklahoma and Enid through Enid and Ponca City. Where are we at over here?
This is the one they just reissued near Deer Creek. What is this? Oh, SVS or SWS, whatever. SPS.
Yes. Yeah, that's the northern. That's the northern supercell in Oklahoma.
The southernmost storms are trying to go upscale now too. I think we might. Please be safe.
Stop it. There we go.
Looks like another SVR was just issued for Enid. Looks like most of these storms are headed in a east-northeast direction, looking at around 35 to 40 miles an hour. So these are going to be pretty fast ones moving through.
John, would you like to provide radar?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna swap it out with you so I can keep on looking for reports on Twitter here.
I don't know if anyone can see, but it looks like there's still another confirmed tornado warning just south of Enid. Do we know if there's any footage of that or any sort of tracking on it currently?
How does someone
Do not know. I don't know.
Yeah, it says here. Let me pull it up, or did it just expire? I think it probably no, it didn't expire. Confirmed tornado was located 7 miles west of Hennessy, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. For north central Kingfisher and south central Garfield counties. Locations impacted Hennessy, Bison, Lacey, and Wacomies. Yeah, that one's just to the south of Enid. It's within that new SVR that just got issued.
I have never seen this favorable profile of the night. I really hope this gets wasted completely.
Probably, and for unfortunate, doesn't look likely.
Well, no, it's more likely than you'd think. Because even the southern supercell is still connected to that line. So if it peels off, that's what's really scary. But it's just it's developing with everything else. It's in the same cold pool, so it's gonna struggle with that a little bit, or probably a lot. Especially considering there's another storm on its RFD, so it just has crazy strong outflow probably. Even despite its just unbelievably extreme environment now.
Looks like another TOR just got issued for Kay County and Grant County, just west of Ponca City. Only looks like to be radar indicated at this point. Radar looks pretty interesting though for this supercell. Wouldn't be surprised if a hook were to form in the next couple minutes.
And it looks like we got a new tornado warning for Garfield. Let me take a look at this. Yeah.
That is a hole. I don't know if that's a vortex hole or not. But it's a hole of some sort.
Well, there's 2 chasers in there right now, so that's slightly concerning.
What I will actually mention as well is that we're just watching that reflectivity hole that we're noticing on the radar. It definitely looks like that rotation signature is trying very hard to actually form into something pretty significant. Obviously, chaser footage, it's rain wrapped, so it's going to be very difficult to really get an idea. There's nothing on the correlation coefficient yet. I think that has kind of cycled out. However, I would honestly think that this is going to cycle back in. So this is probably the bigger potential for a more significant tornado going into to the next hour or so.
There's a couple people I know that are My older brother's saying you can't see it. You cannot. You can't. It's probably something there, but you can't see it.
Where is this latest tornado warning been issued?
This is just south of Enid for.
Oh, I
Garfield
just
County.
I just see I just saw it right now. Let me pull it up here.
All right. So, actually, interesting. The HRR, even though I know it's the HRR, it actually has a really good handle on what's going on, and it still shows that other supercell peeling off from the line and becoming its own thing further to the south. If there is a storm that's going to do it tonight, it is the southern one. I don't think I've ever seen an environment as favorable as the environment it's in for tornadoes. Just flat out and simple. I've never seen anything like it.
Judging by the wind velocities I'm picking up on the ground, the tornado warning that's just west of Ponca City and Blackwell, even though it's radar indicated, I am getting ground velocities.
That is not a vortex hole, by the way. That was not a vortex hole.
70 miles an hour. Can we? I don't have my software up.
Let me check and make sure that's not growing supercellular. No, it is. It's just an RFD merger. That's all it is.
I would probably keep an eye on the supercell that's just west of Ponca. It looks like it's gonna miss Ponca, but it might just slightly edge off Blackwell. But it'll definitely probably go through the northern Oklahoma border, maybe within like the next half hour or so.
It's right here. You're good. Okay.
There's storm wind damage. Spotter network report. Trees uprooted. Power line snapped. Single home structure damage.
Like on SCF?
Based on radar estimate. Possible tornado damage.
Dude, what picture do I use? Yeah, no, what picture do I use for me? How to do that?
My mom's texting me about my brother now. Someone please help me.
It looks like we're going to continue that tornado warning for Grant and K County.
These are connected. Something about a really quick low-level jet acceleration like this is that it does favor upscale growth sometimes. And this is one of those cases because just so much forcing and the wrong boundary orientation. This actually completely fucked itself. Like, there's actually a very good chance now this just completely fucked itself. Considering what I'm seeing. Like, not 100% chance, but it's not evolving favorably for significant tornadoes in the short term. It just isn't. It's evolving actually pretty terribly.
There's a you know the weather's bad when a airplane that goes from Fort Worth to Wichita goes all the way around the entire state of Oklahoma. It makes like a C around the entirety of Oklahoma. Because of course. Where's my
All right. Had to step away for a few moments here. We've been going for 4 hours here.
Guess who's back? My cat.
Oh, yes. Make sure everything's back on here.
It's not yours, cat. That's mine. You cannot touch the iPad. Or the bowling pin, not either. I'm looking at the cell in your Enid, and he's in front of the screen. I can't see. Don't just stand there.
So
now he's batting my microphone.
Are you gonna say something right now?
Go for it.
I know Arapaho looks so scary because of where it is, but it's actually not super cellular. At least for the moment, it's not. And I'll explain why. That line is like an umbilical cord. It's just preventing anything from going on.
Well, that's one way to. Well, that's one thing to call. You can call it.
Yeah, but it actually is. It's completely. It's a powerful updraft, but it's just a lot. It's just another part of the line, according to to the storm anyway. Now it's not actually a supercell anymore because of where it is. So I hope it continues to evolve less like a supercell, more like just another part of the line, but it could still become one. It's still a tail on Charlie. And given the amount of shear in place, if it can tear off and move to the right, then yeah, but I think it's rooted to the boundary itself. So I think it's just not going to be able to do it. Like if you look at it from other radars, it's not as a.
What makes you so sure that a boundary would not limit the capability of the storm to go into supercell status? Could it not be?
It's not going to let it deviate. It's rooted. So basically, it's just rooted to the boundary. It can't tear off of it that easily.
Oh, shoot. Cat. Oh, crap. Cat's falling.
But the rotational velocity of each individual storm is still there, besides the present status of the boundary.
I mean, yeah, it's there, but the boundaries.
Each cell is still spinning, but you're saying because it's still a part of the boundary, they're not quite supercells.
Yeah, they are undercut. They're just really horribly undercut, and they're not actually. So the boundaries basically just completely undercut everything. So for the meantime, anyway, I'm not going to say it's impossible for this storm to become supercellular here. I just think it's now way less unlikely, or way less likely. Like it would take it to tear off and move in its own direction, which it can do. Like it's a massive updraft. And it's also now like there's a small part of the line that's oriented better, so maybe it can try to tear off and move in its own direction. It's tough for it to do that in this scenario here.
I mean, when you think about like fluid mechanics, like whenever like a large wave goes through a fluid, sometimes you'll have vortices on the tips of those movements where some of those vortices could either follow the main motion of the wave or they can just go off in their own direction. In this case, I would think that if there was enough energy potential via the wind shear in this entire system, then it could be a possibility that perhaps maybe some of these, not all, but some of these cells may be on the farthest edge of the tip to possibly break off. But other than that, the ones that are probably more closest to the entire boundary source would probably just stay there and just be a part of the overall system.
Yeah, the issue is that that's all it is. There's nothing else that's separated. So it's
we have
kind of shocked.
We have tornado watch number 191 until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time for Sioux City into central and south central Iowa, including Des Moines and Ottawa, and it's probably the downstream of the current one in eastern Nebraska.
The next SPC outlook should be coming in about 30 minutes or so.
Let's see what they do.
Honestly, the way how I see it, mainly most of these storms are following a uniform kind of motion and direction. So I'm kind of on the fence with the whole the boundary speculation. But I guess it does seem more likely, looking at the general direction of all these storms, that perhaps maybe they are all just part of the boundary, and more than likely might not be separating into their own individual subsystems or supercells.
Yeah. I'm looking at them from other different angles too, different radars, and I mean, I'm not seeing anything impressive per se. I just want, if I were to see this become a actual supercell, I need to see it break off, and it's just not. It's not going to be allowed to, I don't think. Also consider behind it, if you look at velocities behind it, it has a really, really, really cold pool. So it's severely outflow dominant.
It's going to be a watch and wait at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tilt 4, also, if you look at this thing on Tilt 4, it looks pretty terrible. There's no upper level meso on it at all. Nothing. It's a massive updraft, but there's not any signs of any sort of mesocyclone being present with it, which is another red flag that it's not supercellular.
So basically, this is just a very large flare up of just severe thunderstorms on a typical boundary.
Sort of, just with a million times the shear and 4,000 cape.
But shear doesn't necessarily relate to how powerful. Shear is one ingredient of severe storms, but you have to also take into consideration things like geography, cape as well, and overall energy of the atmosphere. So in that case, we probably had the really good, even probably uncommon wind shear profile for this area, but perhaps maybe the cape wasn't high enough with it that it could inhibit this formation.
Not the cape wasn't high enough. The cape was more than high enough today. Like, the cape today was super high. It was perfectly in place too, and all of our ingredients were in place. Today was not an ingredient failure. Today, I think today just did not evolve correctly in the mesoscale, and you didn't fire storms even too early, I would say. I think you had a couple things go wrong early. Early, you had obviously a wrong boundary orientation, and then also you mixed out. Further south, I mean, you just fired in the wrong spot. There's nothing you can do other than just it just did not fire in the right spot. So now you get this.
So basically, everything was right, but it wasn't right.
Everything was right, but it's just not. It's not the Okay, that might. I hope that's not trying to tear off. If it does tear off, then it will become a supercell. It's just.
Well, something just got warned, and it's probably this guy right here.
It is, yeah. It's the storm I'm talking about.
Yeah, and there's
there's a new mesoscale discussion for 95% watch probability for a tornado watch for northern and northwest and western Missouri, including St. Joseph, Kansas City, and just west of Columbia.
I mean, it looks terrible on velocity, but it looks so good on reflexivity. Ooh, it's gonna be difficult. This is gonna be a difficult situation. I just hope it's rooted. I hope it stays completely rooted and that we don't see it try to separate or anything. But given that the boundary is reoriented down here compared to everywhere else where it's oriented poorly, man, dude. I don't know. And plus the amount of shear here is just so exceptional. I don't know. I just don't think.
If everything is there, then what, in your opinion, is not making this as expected as what the meso was saying?
Just
because
it's really all just a small orientation thing. It's very small. Just where the storms are is not in the right spot. It's as simple as that. There's no like. There's no this ingredient was off. This ingredient was off. That ingredient was off. No. There's no ingredients were off here. It's literally just the fact that the storms are not in the right spot. It's as simple as simple. Like that's it. Like you look at the biggest outbreaks, right? And you look at where all of the storms are, and you look at where all of their forward flanks are oriented. All of their rain, like their downdrafts, are literally raining, and then the next storm is separated from it in the biggest of outbreaks. Here, not the case. They're raining on each other, which is the problem because of how they're oriented. So it's a very simple failure mode. It's just super niche, and it was not expected out of today's setup, given the fact that the vectors were expected to be far more favorable than what they actually are. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a very like I'm not going to say it's failed. I'm not saying the setup has failed at all yet. I still think there's several hours left and things can absolutely change from here. I just think that the core of the high risk got a bit of or had a bit of issues. So
you guys have seen the Norman observed sounding, right?
That
I mean, yeah, I'd
see
imagine
was
it's terrifying.
When the supercell number is sorry, I just need
Bless you.
28.5.
Oh, nice.
Surface Cape near 4,000. Mixed layer Cape 3750-ish.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly how I expected it to look. That's
Photos.
probably in the top 5 most terrifying. Your low-level lapse rates are only 6.0. That's interesting. But low-level these prefrontal confluence storms from going off. What's going on with this northern storm? No, it's linear. Yeah, that's completely linear. Like, everything went linear, just a little bit too fast for the most part. This is trying to tear off. It absolutely is. Remember how I said it wasn't supercellular? It's trying its best to tear off on reflectivity, at least. That now, I can't say anything but say that is supercellular now. Because it's now torn off.
Boy,
yeah, that's so yeah, now the boundary actually is oriented better. It did tear off, and it's, now it's probably going to move a little bit further east, I would imagine. Because now it's going to gain more mass.
Boy, these chasers are really putting themselves in some issues here. It's now getting dark. It's raining. Oof.
Patrick, have you seen the zeros you observed?
Yeah, I saw it over there. I saw it in special coverage. I'm assuming that's what you all were talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, there is still like that little inversion right at the top, but it's not much. Of course,
I've seen it even in the biggest outbreaks. I don't think it makes much of a difference having it there.
No, it doesn't if you got enough cape and shear. It's just a bump in the road.
Yeah. So, Patrick, do you agree with me here? The southernmost supercell is just being inhibited by the stuff to its north?
It could be that. There could be other things that just you don't see. I mean, there's a myriad of things that can go wrong that we just can't explain.
Yeah.
Could it also be that there is a development of some sort of like like an MCC or some sort of like subsystem at the bottom of that boundary that's kind of making everything colluded with each other, that's not making them separate but just kind of them keeping them uniform, kind of like what we were saying before.
Cold pooling would be that. What you're trying to describe, it's cold pooling.
Mm-hmm. Because you had such a big dry line coming in. It was actually
all I've got to say is that the amount of factors that had to come together to prevent today from being as big as it could have been, and actually probably stopping so much more significant of a setup. The amount of things that had to go right for us today for this to not be a big event is pretty unfathomable. You don't see, like, this isn't a high risk that meteorologically, like, you wouldn't issue the high risk on day one. Like, this is like the ingredients actually came together. Most high risks, the reason they don't verify is that the ingredients don't come together. They did today. That was not the problem. So
another MCD for Oklahoma.
Yeah. I just don't like if you look at velocities, it's just a part of the cold pool, which is really what's making me think this isn't as hardly supercellular.
And it looks like Norman just issued a tour possible severe thunderstorm warning for Grant and K County. So it's the counties we've been seeing before. Let's see what this is.
Oof, I forgot to unmute. I was going to say the Misoska discussion. It says that an uptick in strong tornado potential is expected beyond 9 p.m. And it says, the primary uncertainty this evening is the cluster storm mode that has developed, but the ongoing cell south of Enid and the trailing cell over Custer County will both have an opportunity to move through a very favorable environment through 9 p.m.
And as someone who's not as weather inclined as some other people in this chat, that's even scary to me, because that means nighttime tornado development, and that's not safe, because if you can't see it, that just makes it like 10 times more unsafe, and it means that chasers won't be able to see it, and it's
which was always a factor in this situation. I've always been thinking this whole event it's going to be late.
Yeah,
it just seems.
It says the tornado potential increases and moved east, so there's still plenty of time. Don't call it the B word.
Well, we haven't even made it. Good grief! 12Z is 11 hours away. We're not even close. We're only halfway.
This is going to be long.
Yeah, this is how it is. Nocturnal convection. You go through the night. Everything might not be quite right in a day, but you don't know. Something might reorient, might change, do something, and then all of a sudden the things that were failing before, now all of a sudden they don't.
Yeah.
You can't really just say, oh, okay, I go to bed now. Everything's fine. Well.
Yeah, wait 11 hours.
There is I'm going to fun fact this. It's not a fun fact or a fact that is fun. There is a flash flood warning in South Carolina.
Yeah, Cam, you're right.
You heard me. A flash flood warning has been issued for Marlborough County in South Carolina due to a dam break.
Oh, not the Cigarette County.
Oh, shit.
For the Crooked Creek below Lake Wallace Dam.
Oh, boy. Okay, that's a flash flood. Is that an emergency?
Nope, just regular.
Wow, for a dam break? Oof. I guess there's
I'm looking for that right now. Let's see.
I guess there's no impact or something right downstream.
I don't see that. Is that what office is that?
Right here. I'm zooming into it.
It's South Carolina.
Oh, it's tiny. That's why I can't see it.
Yeah, that is way okay. Wow, that is separate from everything else.
Yeah, but still notable.
Yeah, it's probably because of this right here. See the Crooked Creek? It's probably because of this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming the only reason why it's not an emergency is because it's a tiny ass creek.
I want to see what people are saying about the southernmost.
You know, one thing that surprises me is that we're not actually seeing as many power outages reported as I thought we were. Major County is the only county I'm seeing that has power outages, and it's just right below 100 customers out. So I don't know.
Tornado warning up in Topeka, Eric. That CWA.
Yeah, I see that. I see that now.
We're gonna cha-cha real smooth up here.
Yes,
yeah.
Kansas.
TWX is a good radar for that. Let's check that out. There's one for Abilene right now, and one for Manhattan.
I think the Abilene one's got the better look on radar in the long term. The Manhattan one is just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it's
it looks
almost
messy.
Too far north.
Swing and a miss for that cell, to be honest.
It's not great, but there is a little hook, and that's one of those. Well, do you leave it or do you just say take the course of least regret?
And actually, speaking of power outages earlier, sorry, this is kind of on topic and off topic, but Abilene does have. It looks like that county has quite a bit of a power outage. I don't know if it's from this event, but I wouldn't be surprised.
There was actually storms earlier. This is actually the second time Arlene's been in a tornado warning in the last couple hours.
And Geary, right next to it, has about 1,000 people without power.
Remember how I was talking about how the southernmost supercells has issues with being connected? Go to KTLX and go look at velocities.
On the one near Thomas.
That's not a supercell. That's not. Yes. It looks like one, but it's not. It just isn't. This, I don't see. This event basically just completely crapped all over itself so far because of a lot of the things that had to go right.
Give it time.
Yeah, we do have some time. So,
guys, I said so far. This event crapped all over itself so far, because of a lot of things that had to go right. I did not say that it's over.
This wasn't really the main threat. The main threat's going to be overnight in the next couple of hours. This is just the appetizer, as we've been saying for a while.
Yeah. I was just going to make a funny comment, but it was totally off topic.
At a point, you have to realize, right?
Huh?
Like, at a point, you have to kind of realize that, we were still expected to have a lot, like, this whole northern mode was expected to have a lot more significant tornadoes on the curve. We did have 2 pretty significant long track tornadoes, but definitely not of the caliber that we were.
Sorry to interrupt. Speaking of tornadoes, Garfield and Noble keep getting slammed. They just issued another one. I'm not sure how many tours that is for that one county now, but it's been a lot. So radar indicated.
The answer is
hail 1.75.
There's a tornado warning near Sioux Falls.
Oh, that's tiny. I'm sorry for laughing, but that's hilarious. The polygon just looks funny.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there is one near Sioux Falls.
Oh, that's kink in the line right here.
I know someone who's probably freaking out right now.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
You're in lore no one needs to know about.
Oh gosh. Okay.
And that's where we're gonna drop it. Anyway, tornado warning near Sioux Falls for Canton, Inwood, Larchwood,
if anyone asks,
Lester. I don't see any big names here. Whoa, I just got a bunch of spam. Oh, marginal risk being.
Oh yeah, the SVR.
It's the new.
I will be right back.
Convective outlook, and guess what? It's still high risk, so you can shut up. Okay, the high risk now includes Tulsa.
So they moved it northeast then, I guess.
Risk has been moved northeast. It includes Oklahoma City, Norman, Stillwater, and Tulsa. Not Wichita, but it includes the county that Wichita is in. And then the moderate risk is just really weak. It's just a flat line going through Emporia. That's kind of funny.
It's because of the wind threat and hail threat, how that added up and made that.
Yeah.
I've always been saying this thing felt like the whole risk needed to be shifted northeast.
It was shifted.
Yeah, it tried.
I love the gradient on this outlook. If you go from Childress and go east if you go in Childress and you go about 30 miles east, you're in the moderate, but then if you go 20 miles west, you're in nothing.
Well, an enhanced at that point, or something like that. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it was definitely shifted east. I'm not surprised. I've been told, as this goes towards Tulsa, it's going to be a lot.
Looks like Tennessee is still getting a couple severe thunderstorm warnings down there. You know, that little marginal surprised me.
Some days, man.
Okay, John.
Some days I can't with Tennessee.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think we just need to do. You guys know that meme where what's his name? Was it Bugs Bunny saws Florida off the map? I think we need to do that with Tennessee sometimes.
I agree.
What?
We can just there doesn't need to be a state there. It can just be a void or a lake or something, you know?
I think Nashville might want to talk to you.
That's true. That's true.
Or Memphis.
Who knew country music came from a lake?
Well,
that's what we decided to do about Florida. Let's make it its own island.
Right.
Well, it is a swamp, but
it's true.
Can't ignore that.
Where were we?
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a flash flood warning for northern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northwestern Logan County in central Oklahoma, southern Garfield County in northern Oklahoma, northeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, southeastern Major County in northwestern Oklahoma, until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 7:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 2 inches of rain have. Additional rainfall amounts up to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Hennessy, Wacomas, O'Keene, Covington, Marshall, Ames, Fairmont, Douglas, Bison, Lacey, Hayward and Homestead. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Put that out on our socials here.
I don't have access to the social.
Oh, I see it.
The only social I have access to is at EAS Alerts, because I was the one who set it up.
Aren't you Quest Media, John?
Yeah, but I don't use your Twitter. I have a lot of stuff going on already.
Okay.
I don't want to complicate things.
I was gonna say, come to me later about that, but yeah, that I understand. Busy dude. All right. Let's see. Man, GR2 just crashed again. It really is showing its age.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Try running it on crappy Dell desktops and see how it goes.
Patrick, I heard someone tell me that occasionally NWS actually uses GR2. Is that correct?
We do have a few people that have licenses. They'll put it on the side or on their PCs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
I know Lake Charles, or I think Lake Charles uses it a lot for hurricane stuff.
Well, think of it this way: when in a hurricane, if your radar goes down, well, You got to do something. Get other radars or bring in something.
Do you guys ever use the TDWR radars?
We do have a couple in North Carolina that we could tap into, but that's it.
Yeah.
There's
I'm used to
just
Florida
not-
where we have one. Basically, if all the primary radars went out in South Florida, there would still be coverage because we have like 3 different TDWRs. And it looks like Omaha just dropped a couple more counties from the watch.
Yep, just
airport radars for Freedom and Leap. Sterling has the most terminal Doppler radars, and yet they can't keep all 4 of them up at the same time. That's not a joke, by the way. That's true.
Yeah, I can believe it. But you got all the
holy mother of Polygon! Look at that! Look at that guy right there! Look at this!
Oh yeah,
that Polygon.
That's at that point. It's like, oh, forget it. I'm not going to play with these stupid little cells. I'm just going to warn the line.
K. Fisher, Noble, Blaine, Grant, Logan, Garfield, Major.
I've heard Garfield now for the 6th time in a warning.
Yeah, Garfield. I feel bad for people there, dude. I would just shut off your phone at this point.
If I, like earlier, if I had $1 for every time Garfield was in a warning today, I would have many dollars.
I would be able to buy the Burke that Antonio is selling right now.
Oh, I heard about that shit show. Not for sale, the GR cap deck because it doesn't deserve to be sold.
No.
It deserves to be
all right,
forged.
I'm getting this warning out right now.
But we'll see what happens because this one's gonna just barely clip up Oklahoma City or just to the north if it keeps going. So see my older brother's going right now.
Yeah, it's amazing how Interstate 40 has just been the dividing line in this whole event.
Yeah, my brother just said bailing, heading to Southern Storm. Yeah, I think why.
Oh, is he wrapped up in that rain core?
Nope, he's south. Okay, new tornado watch, 95%. It's for the rest of the high risk. It includes. All right, Norman, 95% watch probability for Tulsa, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Bartlesville, Coffeyville, and that's about it. It includes mostly anything north of Tulsa into southeastern Kansas. That's going to be 95%. It doesn't say PDS, but it does say that local extension of the PDS watch will happen, but then the new watch, they said they're going to coordinate it depending on how the convection turns out west. Specifically, timing of the new watch will be dependent on the evolution of developing cells ahead to the main cluster of convection to the west. But it doesn't say it's going to be PDS, but I would imagine that the PDS watch will just go to, like, I don't think Tulsa issued a PDS for their area, but there will eventually be a new watch, and I would assume these other offices are probably going to extend theirs as well. But I don't know about PDS yet. I'd say a 50-50 shot on that one. Just depends on how our convection develops right now.
Yeah.
It looks like Omaha just issued a new tornado warning with hail of 1 inch in diameter for Cass and Sarpy counties in Nebraska until 8:30 p.m. CDT. Yeah, that is a pretty low number, but nonetheless, tornado warning.
Oh, this is going just east of Sioux Falls. It's literally in 3 states right now: Iowa, South Dakota, and
that's
that state.
And Nebraska. It's in Iowa, South Dakota, and Nebraska twice.
Nebraska squared.
Nebraska squared, yeah.
Not that far
Yeah, is
from
that? Hold on.
Minnesota.
Let me look at the tag on this thing. Is that PDS? Oh, and Topeka just issued a new one for Potawatomi. That's a mouthful.
I can't keep up with this many
And
cells.
also until 8:30.
Oof. Yeah, I see that.
And that has hail of less than an inch.
What is it with it's just this linear, it's just this QLCS mode that just spins up random cells that'll probably get warned.
And it's just too close. It's just too much.
You can't argue it because chances are it'll probably drop at least some sort of like tornado at some point, especially if they have these kinks in the line. So at this point, just put out the damn polygon to call it a day.
Yeah.
And even if it doesn't put a tornado down, you might get a burst, like a micro burst, downburst, something else, wind.
Yeah.
That.
And this throws me back to a couple days ago. Lancaster is under a severe thunderstorm warning that just went toward possible. Also, Cass, Douglas, Johnson, Otto, Sarpy, and Saunders. So
missed Lincoln. Have we noticed a trend here with things just missing Lincoln, Nebraska?
I think it's Liam.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't think
he has the gravity field around around his workplace.
He has a gravity field on the NSP HQ in Lincoln.
Yeah, it's as powerful as the DC hole.
Don't you dare say that name in vain.
Also, if you're in Colorado, duck and cover and don't travel there apparently because the ASOSs are recording wind gusts of 80 miles an hour.
Dang.
Oh, that's
Colorado, yeah.
Coming down the mountains. Ooh.
That's the most Colorado thing I've ever heard of in my life.
Sports.
There's a new Broadcastify stream for Larimer County, I think. So go nuts. But anyway, looks like everyone's trying to go down south to the southern one, which I personally don't blame them, considering how crappy.
Yeah,
so far.
I really don't blame them at all.
That's the 80-mile-an-hour Department of Highways one.
Manhattan, Kansas, ASOS. Sorry, reports a tornado. Where? Manhattan, Kansas. I gotta look. I actually don't know where that is, and I don't see it on the map.
Ooh.
Oh, right there. I see. It's that tornado near Westmoreland, probably. Or no, maybe it's one of these SVRs here. Hold on. Let me just take a look at the radar. I wish I knew where that report was. I can't see it on here. Let me take a look at GR2.
All right. So guys, I'm going to be entirely honest when I say that this is getting harder and harder to fix for like tonight. I'm not saying it's over. I want to clarify that, but I'm saying to actually fix this and get strong tornadoes, it's tough. It's really tough. Okay. I'm going to illustrate how bad this actually is synoptically as a failure. Okay. So far, you had a mode of what should have been strong tornado producers in the northern mode, but they went out full dominant, went linear really quick. Okay, well that was just the lead shortwave, and that was expected. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Okay, let's go to the storm south of that. They went discrete for an hour or two, but at the same time they went discrete, you mixed out right where the storms were. So they were in a dry environment. They went out flow dominant. Boom. Mode 2 just got wasted. Mode 3, okay. This mode was expected to have discrete supercells lasting for 4 to 6 hours in an extreme environment. Why did it not happen? oh, guess what? You mixed out down there too, and you also fired storms at the wrong orientation, not along the initiating boundary. Okay, so now that's a line. Well, now you have these confluence bands forming, but they're going to get ingested by the MCS that's already formed. So now mode 4 is going to be, probably screwed. Let's talk about mode 5. Supercells forming way down to the south, further behind the other supercells. Well, you know what? The coal pool's already expanded down to them. So they're now already undercut. And you know what? That's 5 different modes of what could have been strong tornado producers that's been completely wasted. 5 different modes so far. 5. It's not like we didn't get tornadoes or even strong tornadoes. It's just that what happened was like not even 5% of what could have. So I want everybody to not be mad about today or like sad or anything. I want everybody to look at today and be extremely happy. Today is a day we look and we're like, man, I am very, very glad. Yes.
We're still not done, though.
I'm not saying we're done. I clarify, we're not done. I'm saying compared to what really could have happened today with, a tornado outbreak of 200 to 300 plus miles of path length and like a countless EF3, EF4 candidate kind of tornadoes, like we really so far, I'm not saying, let me clarify, I'm not saying for the rest of the event, I'm not calling for the rest of the night to be gone, like nothing. But I'm saying that so far we are really, 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 really lucky, and we are really.
This could have been a lot worse.
Blessed to be in this position. Yes, we are blessed to be in this position.
I think the easiest way to sum this up is: will there be tornadoes? Yes. Have we dodged a bullet with any strong ones so far? Most certainly, yes.
Absolutely. And I want to consider too, like as we head into the night, everything grows upscale. We could still see like embedded strong. We could see with the amount of shear we have tonight, we could see an embedded violent tornado. I'm not counting that out. I'm just saying like
there have been a few tornado warnings even further north while you were away. They've been up in Nebraska in those areas more. They did shift the high risk to northeast a little. It's still there.
Yeah, which makes sense given the how do I even say the parameter space that's in place? But yeah, like as I said, that other storm to the southwest was not supercellular, so that's also just completely not a part of the risk.
Now there's even a tornado warning in South Dakota of all places.
Yeah.
It's the most average South Dakota weather I've seen in the last 45 minutes. I mean, I've seen better, but
the only thing I'm frustrated about today is that I know Navender is now probably right, and I don't like that at all. I hate that.
What was?
I'll let Navender be right. It's fine. Yeah. This could have been. I'm very, very, very glad at how today panned out.
Well, yeah, at least they didn't have like 2 billion discrete cells.
Oh, jeez.
I think it's quite ironic.
Well, you know what's crazy is we actually did. It's just that we mixed out we mixed our dew points out right where the storms were at the worst possible time so that they would grow upscale. Like the literal. Well, let me just put it to you this way. The actual probability with this synoptic setup of something that specific happening to ruin the main mode of long track, significant to violent supercells producing tornadoes is, I've got to say, probably under like a 10 to 20% chance with the parameter space we had on today. Probably under a 5% chance of that happening. So, yeah. Well, like again, it's not like we'll never see a plains outbreak again. Like it's bound to happen at some point. This area is overdue. So yeah, like this area is very overdue for one. But I guess they're not overdue if you count April 26th as one. But yeah,
I did just want to mention I don't recall. Did we already mention the MCD that was issued at 8?
Yes, for northeastern, you can't. Northeastern Oklahoma.
Yeah, for 4 different states.
Yes.
Could potentially
Okay.
see a discrete development near to.
Just making sure.
About it. It's not in the best parameter space, so.
Because it's mentioning damaging winds and QLCS tornadoes.
The stuff out ahead of the line is in a similarly extreme environment, by the way, but it's just, again, it's confluence line development. It's going to take forever to mature.
Very well then.
Man. And also, let me just say something as well, is to the southwest, it's very unlikely we get renewed discrete development. Where you would, expect it. I guess down here, is that going to be concerned? Now let's take a look at what's going to happen tomorrow. I guess I'll take a look and see.
I would rather worry about Wednesday tomorrow, because tomorrow just doesn't seem as good as Wednesday.
No, tomorrow's not bad at all. It's one
also
of
really quickly.
these.
Tulsa did just expand their tornado watch a slight bit. Seems like they might have some intuition.
No, tomorrow's pretty solid too. It's just it's a bit unique, is all I'm gonna say about it. It's a very unique.
Marley.
What were you saying, John?
You're gonna love this one. You remember that Missouri weather radio transmitter that had the tone on?
Maybe.
I got an email. I got a notification that said they fixed it, and they said thanks to whoever reported. I'm like, well, at least I did something right. Whereas no one in here complained about WR400 going woo woo in a flood warning.
Yeah, and that actually just reminded me earlier. Sorry to go full EAS nerd mode, but I was going to mention earlier, because we were talking about how this is supposed to kind of strengthen a little bit overnight. That's kind of why it's important to have a weather radio, because if you can't see it, at least the weather radio is there. Because I remember when that big AT&T outage happened. Imagine if there was a tornado right in your neighborhood. That's why that's so important. I don't know. I'm passionate about it, you could say.
Always gotta have multiple ways of receiving alerts.
Yup.
Yeah. Wow. Is all I have to say for this.
I think it's good that this is failing. I mean, for those that played the lottery and really, for those that played the lottery and hoped it was going to fail tonight so far, you might want to buy a lottery ticket at this point, because so far, I think it's better that nothing has happened. Almost nothing.
Now there's.
Could you imagine that?
Good job, bro.
Could you imagine that? Sports betting for weather?
Oh my gosh, that's so wrong.
Don't even. I don't even want to think about that. Sorry.
No.
$500. A tornado's gonna happen here. You can't stop me.
Tornado emergency. You won the jackpot.
No, that would
be. Yay.
Plus,
yeah, I'm not even gonna think about that.
Yes, watch for some crap.
Yeah.
Oh, Kurt.
I'm not really concerned about the 10 sig tomorrow. I'm more concerned about the.
Never mind about. Sorry.
5 sig tomorrow.
I'm more concerned about the big ass enhanced risk that's out on Wednesday.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think Wednesday might be moderate. I'm gonna be completely honest, given how the models are trending. But it's a very conditional setup, so I don't know. I can't be for certain. But Paducah and Louisville are kind of agreeing on something, so I'd keep an eye out. Now, am I saying it's happening? No. I mean, it's not going to happen, probably. Hopefully it doesn't. It might, though. Still have a bunch of random discrete cells. I'm watching this one cell near Upland. Do you guys see this cell over here? The one near Junction City in Kansas? I'm fairly interested in that.
By the way, this will not fire stuff behind for at least a while, and by then it'll probably be so upscale anyway, it won't matter.
Yeah.
You'll have to move that north.
Further to the southwest looks so supercellular. It looks supercellular from afar, but it's really not when you get close. The confluence stuff isn't gonna mature in time because this MCS is blazing to the east. So that's not working. You know what today's kind of like is like both April 26th and then like if both the April 26th fail modes and then the fail modes for the 27th like amalgamated is what like this is. Just a massive fail.
Well, keep in mind, maybe it's not a tornado risk, but maybe you get a wind risk from this instead.
Yeah.
I think that's what this is a wind and flash flooding sort of risk.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised I haven't seen more flash flood warnings in this area, to be honest.
There's been a couple.
We still, it's just because this is all progressing to the east pretty quick, so it isn't training.
Yeah.
Expect.
I don't know if this area's been in a drought.
These places.
Well, no, none of this area has been in a drought because 427 has something to say about that.
Yeah, I just hadn't looked at the drought model to get an idea. Let me look.
In fact, areas further south.
No.
Southern Oklahoma had a massive rainfall event with
They're good.
Yeah.
It's actually more north from this area. Yeah, you never know. I've always heard when you're looking for the old Sherlock Holmes saying, it's like when you've tried all the obvious answers to figure out, then you go to the more obscure ones, and it's there you find the real cause. And I do see one thing that pops up in my eyes as I look at this. I'm going to see if I can get the map.
Y'all should seriously be looking at Upland right now. Honestly, up in Kansas.
Kansas has really been.
How is Kansas overperforming than Oklahoma right now? I mean, I had weather bingo, but
Minnesota
I didn't have
has a tornado warning. Minnesota has a tornado warning.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's not really that impressive though. It's just like
$1 for every time there was a tornado warning not in the actual high risk today. I'd have multiple dollars.
Honestly, I'd have $100.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and definitely study this setup for a long time though. After this,
I don't blame you.
Because
I'm just glad it grew upscale just like May 20th. Because like, dude,
there's another
at all as
South Dakota warning.
Completely different fail mode.
Yeah, completely different fail mode, but it still went upscale just like it. So.
Well, no, May 20th was expected. Like, if you looked at those northern storms, like, it's not surprising at all that went upscale. It's a dry environment aloft. It wasn't oriented badly. Like, it was expected to be oriented badly, those northern storms. So there's no real excuse for saying, oh, I didn't expect that to go upscale. No. What's really surprising about that setup, or not surprising, but what really like screwed it was the open warm sector having a cap. But let's actually go back and look at the synoptics for the setup. Okay. The synoptics can derive the issue here. Basically, you have a big trough. It's lagging way back to the west of your warm sector and was expected to lag a little bit. It was expected to be slower. Now, you know what you need? You know what you really need to break a cap is strong forcing. You know what happens when you advect in air from the Mexican plateau and wildfire smoke? It's really, 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 really hot aloft. Like, because that's all lifted. It's literally the high temperature from a desert that's lifted over your, risk area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you do that, you need a crazy strong trough with very cold air aloft to lift that cap and cool it enough for thunderstorms. Well, when your trough is lagging really far to the west, so therefore your strongest forcing lagging really far to the west, you're not breaking that cap. So, like, that makes a lot of sense. Today does not make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, the only suspicion to me that might have screwed it up is that immediately along your dry line, your moist layer might have been shallower. That's it. But then again, you also want surface heating along your dry line. That's a common thing you want. So that's not like anything unusual for big plane setups. You also have, your shear vector orientation, as I discussed, was like along your dry line was right. But, maybe there was some other boundary that storms were wanted to fire on instead of the dry line more so that, screwed it up so that it was more parallel. That's a possibility. But
I got one other suggestion here. Look at the drought monitor I posted. Parts of western Oklahoma and southern Kansas are in a drought. That means it's drier than normal. Because I always say when you see something that fails synoptically or mesoscale, you can't. All right. Whoop. Uh-oh.
Looks like we lost John there. I did just want to mention really quick that we do have a new tornado warning for Nemaha and Oto in Nebraska from
oh boy.
It's
from what's
up there.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's anything significant.
Omaha, that's what I kept forgetting. Omaha.
That supercell is probably cold because of already rain cool there. And yeah, so my other idea for why is maybe instead because of the other jet streak aloft, it actually acted like the trough was lagging when it really wasn't. So like your 300 millibar wave, if you look at 300 millibars, your main trough, that's fine. Like if that was the only wave, that might have been fine. But I'm thinking maybe because you also had that other lead wave, what it kind of did was it acted like a larger long wave lagging behind, like, some other setup. So you kind of got a weirdly similar outcome, even despite a very different synoptic look, where you just had broad forcing throughout the entire day. And basically, when you have weak, broad forcing over the entire day with pretty parallel shear vector orientation, your storms are going to gravitate to cold pools. They're going to gravitate to boundaries and gravitate towards any temperature gradient they can find. So that's kind of another thing is that I'm noticing is that all of your storms are gravitating towards a lot of temperature gradients and such instead of moving off of those and being their own storms. So I think that could also be another potential issue that maybe wasn't seen in previous outlooks. But this is a fascinating case of a failure synoptically. There's 3 tornado warnings in South Dakota. I'm done. But fascinating case of a synoptic failure here. And I agree, drought monitor and Texas, as you said, Patrick, I think that could definitely be playing a role into this.
That's when you gotta look at the little stuff, the things that model. I can tell you this up front: models do not account for that at all. They have no idea about flow moisture. They have no idea about these other modes that do play a role, and that no model is going to get. And you just will wonder what happened, and you have to look deep into these other areas that just aren't modeled.
Yeah.
But you have to also wonder why are you getting all these tornado warnings much further north? Why are these areas getting or is it just that these offices are worried about QLCS spin up, so they're just going to warn them even if most don't happen, but they just want to be safe?
Yeah.
Well, that's why I've always said you can't compare events. Every event's different. Every event will do whatever. And think about it. If we knew how to predict all these perfectly 100%, why would we even be here watching? We'd already know what happened. We'd go to bed. All right, we know we're going to read tomorrow morning. No big deal. But no, that's not how weather works.
Yeah.
You'll never learn everything. I don't even think in the next 50 years we'll figure out everything about meteorology.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it really will be a very long time. And actually, the confluence lines are looking like they're doing pretty good. But even though they don't have a lot of time, but maybe it's another similar thing where the synoptic lift from the MCS has to help these confluence lines punch through as discrete supercells.
Either way,
Interesting.
I'm gonna for the night. I don't really know
All right.
interesting, but like
Secret.
if there's anything, just reach out.
Okay.
For like the 5th time I said that. All right. See you.
It's okay. See you, Kurt.
But yeah. So yeah, I think near Schindler is actually a pretty mature supercell. That's a mature almost southeast style supercell. But no, I'll for sure be studying this. And there's someone else like Convective Chronicles, if you know who that is. Trey. He also is he's really good at diagnosing these kinds of failure setups like this. So
Kurzov, if you want me to, I can screen share my radar Omega.
I wonder what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Those are more so oriented like that, but they're not. Yeah, they're outflow driven. Yeah.
One moment. Looks like I'm having issues loading the radar right now. Or rather, my stream at all.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I see that. It's spinning.
Okay. So now there might be more confluence line development way out to the east if models are correct, all the way into potentially even like western Arkansas. I see confluence line development. So that's interesting. Which means this thing is trying to take a note out of Dixie's, or a page out of Dixie's books, but yeah.
You know, I was really scared about that storm near what was it called earlier? The one that went observed, the first one that we thought was gonna go kind of crazy. That Helena, that's what it was. That actually kind of scared me. It looks like TSA is throwing out some tour possibles here. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tags and winds of 60 miles an hour. Hail of 1 inch for Osage, Oklahoma. And it looks like Topeka is going to cancel Riley, Kansas for that tornado warning near, let's see where that is. Looks like it's near Milford.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a little bit by
Get a loop
itself.
on that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely is a loner there.
Yeah, that's a loner.
I saw a little bit of hook action there.
Yeah, it tried. Trying.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to be rooted along the remnant
4-inch hail?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so that's in the warning.
4-inch hail?
Yeesh.
Holy crap. How big is that? That's like...
Past grapefruit.
That's like a CD.
Basically.
I'm not going to call it CD size, but that's basically a CD. Let me Google how big a CD is. Let me just Google 4-inch hail, actually.
4 3/4. So
4 3/4.
Yeah, so just past softball is 4-inch, but that's what the warning is saying.
4 inches
right?
is softball. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That doesn't mean it's happening.
Yeah, that's just what they're forecasting or what they think could happen.
No, wait, it was reported.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Softball's tornado and softball size hail.
And softball size hail is like 3 3/4. You don't even have a 3 3/4 option. You have to pick 4.
That's 4.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why it was put in there. I was just like, most of the time you don't put 4-inch hail in a warning unless you have a absolutely good reason. That's it. A report.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know how accurate this is, but KOAA TV in southern Colorado allegedly says that softball size hail falls at around 100 miles per hour. Is that correct, or is that wildly?
Yeah. I mean, it's softball size. It's going to fall extremely fast.
Yeah.
So I've heard of
baseball. That could kill you.
Baseball size hail and above would go 100 miles an hour down. There's a reason.
And that. Sorry. Go ahead.
There's a reason the 2-inch threshold was says as the destructive end of the severe, because when you get up to 2-inch and higher, now you actually do worry about hails falling so big and hitting you in the head, and yes, knocking you out or even killing you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where.
Yeah, I'm sure I wouldn't want a softball thing that's made out of ice falling at 100 miles an hour hitting my head.
Well, think of a baseball. That's 2 3/4 inches. That's still gonna hurt. Ugh.
And it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning that was torn possible by Tulsa was just upgraded to a tornado warning here in Osage County near, what is that, Foraker and Schindler? I don't know how to pronounce that.
Here's something that I think is going to be pretty fortunate. We have a developing supercell out ahead of this part of the line, but it's actually bowing out and it's moving so fast that it might ingest our supercell before it's able to mature.
Also, holy crap, I did not realize this severe thunderstorm warning here. I think that is the biggest severe thunderstorm warning I've ever seen.
Norbert just said, forget it. We're not going to do individual cells. We're just going to warn the whole line.
We're just going to do the whole dang thing.
Yes. I mean, but when you think about it, it's a big line. Now, I will admit, if that's more than 10 or 12 counties, that's going to be a...
And Lake County, Nebraska, actually... I'm sorry, Lake South Dakota just issued a shelter-in-place warning because of the tornado.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh.
I wonder what people are saying. Low-level thermals feel off. Probably why today is not lived to the hype, at least yet.
And it looks like Omaha is going to expire that warning for Nemaha and Otoe, and Topeka is going to expire the one for Clay, Dickinson, and Geary.
So, our last chance is that there might be a new mode of storms that forms in like the next hour or two, but it'd be like really overnight. Like it forms even behind our main storms that are ongoing right now.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's going to form. And looking why? Well,
oh, is that a flash flood warning? Right? What's that green box?
Where? Oh, yeah, that is a flash flood.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, that's a flash flood.
It is. I was wondering, it's like where.
It looks like there was a lot of downpouring, or this line brought a lot of rain.
Yeah.
So that is another thing to worry about.
Yeah. The severe might fail, but the hydro might take off.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
And look at that. It is absolutely pitch black.
We're out in the middle of Oklahoma. Oh.
Yeah. Honestly, if I were a chaser, I would just not chase after sunset. I think that's just way too dangerous for me to do.
And if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Because you can put yourself on the wrong part of the tornado and get yourself ripped up. There's a lot of people that are skilled enough to be closer, but that's because they know exactly what a tornado looks like and how it works. But if you get yourself in the wrong part of it, and you can even get hailed on, like, really badly, even if you think it's gone.
How'd you like to be in that softball hail in your car? Ooh.
No, I don't think I would.
No, that windshield's not going to survive after 3 hits.
That's like someone shooting an ion cannon at you from a satellite in space.
Yes, it's not good. There's so much that could go wrong.
Yep. I apologize if you hear any background noise. It sounds like my server is trying to take off. It sounds like a 747 right now.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, it's because one of my friends is watching a show on my server. That's funny. Anyway. Okay.
I think there's a 700 millibar issue with the cells to the east. They don't look like they're materializing properly on the confluence lines. Which makes sense. In May...
Man, what? Sorry. That Manhattan ASOS is still reporting a tornado. I think that's delayed at this point. Yeah, that's right here.
Oh.
That's been 3 times. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, and an ASOS can't report a tornado. That means a human had to observe it.
Yeah, a human had to, so it was probably delayed.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
You're good. Go ahead.
I think wasn't Crazy talking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
MHKTC.
people are saying that today's low-level thermos felt a little weird at the surface, like something wasn't quite right. So I'm wondering if maybe like we just didn't get enough heating further east and we got too much further west or something. So like there was a mismatch going on. There has to have been some very major, like, or very minor, not major, very minor things. And that's the only explanation because, like, today, everything did line up. It's just everything on the broad scale lined up. I just think there has to have been some small things. I really want to go back and look into this to see what went wrong because I'm sure I'll find some fascinating things. Let me see the Kansas cell. This doesn't look like a tornadic supercell to me. It's also along the cold pool of an MCS, which usually is a pretty unlikely spot for tornadoes. Ooh, some pretty nice
in near Manhattan.
You guys see the bistatic coupling going on at KOAX?
KOAX, hold on.
That's what that weirdness is in the southeastern part of the scan. That's all bistatic coupling, so it's pretty interesting too. It's like a radiating around something that isn't the radar. What the heck?
Well,
actually, I'm going to send you this, Patrick. This is one of the weirder cases of bistatic coupling that I've ever seen.
Why are they? Why
usually just radiates?
Why is Lake South? Why is Lake South Dakota continually sending tornado warning messages, even though there's no tornado warning for Lake South Dakota? That's confusing.
It might be a whole county kind of thing. I think there sometimes is.
I have a theory of what's going on, but it's really technical.
Oh wait, there might be a tornado about to occur near Howard.
Yeah, now you're dealing with all these subtle issues.
Yeah. Okay, is that...
Wait, I want to quickly just look at this whole thing.
Is that tail end going to remain unfavorable, or is that tail end actually going to do something?
Wow, this goes up. This is in freaking Minnesota at this point.
Yes, there's a tornado warning in Minnesota. This is going. Let
me go back to single site.
See, that's the thing is this is leaving the SPC outlook. Minnesota, that area, you're getting to the area where they weren't. Here we get tornado warnings.
Okay, so the tail
I'm not sure where the tornado is, but I'll believe him.
Kind of tornadic.
I
would be watching the tail end of the line.
Yeah. Funnel cloud south of Jasper at 10 minutes ago.
Oh boy.
And the pipestone warning.
Wow.
Yeah. It really became a squall line.
It really did, yeah.
But that was more than likely, that was actually kind of it. Yeah, then you go up into North Dakota. There continues up to Bismarck, past them.
Let me look at some of the Winnipeg radar. Yeah, this is...
It wraps back around into Saskatchewan in Canada.
That's crazy. I think we were looking at a very small part of this whole thing.
Yeah, I know. You really need the full mosaic. Or
the mosaic doesn't really work well on here.
I know.
No, there we go.
Okay. So, tail end Charlie supercells, if they don't... I'm wondering if these don't behave with the rest of the line down here at the very tail end. You see what I'm saying? Unlike before where, it seems like everything was a lot less favorable. This now looks a lot more favorable. You see this last supercell or two. You guys see what I'm saying? In Oklahoma?
Yeah, what to see here.
Sorry, the radar or the satellite data is having a crap. I'll pull some of that up later. Sorry, where am I looking?
Oklahoma.
All I'm saying is that tail end Charlie is actually not like the other tail end Charlie was. Then we have not avoided the worst case, the worst here, boys. But it's very likely it is just gonna go offload dominant like all of its friends, but will it actually? It is unimpeded inflow, and it looks like it's actually behaving more like a supercell compared to everything else that I've seen thus far. Let me go look at it from faraway radars and see if
let me get a loop going on here.
Aloft, it's actually discrete. So this is actually a discrete supercell aloft here that's formed at the tail end instead of
the southernmost one.
Yeah, that's not connected to the line. It looks like it is, but it's really not, like, in terms of how it's acting. It's acting discrete.
Let's see you. I have to zoom in on that.
On which one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, on the southwestern cell there.
This thing here?
Yeah. On the southern end of the big polygon that we decided to put out and say the heck with it.
Yeah, now that it's just one polygon, I don't really know what you're talking about, so.
I know.
I wonder if there's... Can I use this radar?
It's just the very
not much
end
better.
of the line.
No,
it's
the Oklahoma City one's better.
There we go.
I'm looking at multiple radars to confirm. It looks like it has a new meso developing too. Yeah, this is a lot better looking.
It does have a decent hail core, or at least the reflectivity signatures there.
Yeah, forward flank is looking good. And it's actually a forward flank, unlike the other one where I said it was just another part of the line, which is a lot different. So thankfully, it's super close to everything else. So there's a good chance it will just become connected, but it definitely isn't guaranteed. I mean,
What has been guaranteed during this event?
Nothing.
Nothing except we'll get some storms when you think about it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the satellite data here. 1 second.
Okay.
I can't change my. Here we go.
Go to far away. Yeah, this isn't. So actually, yeah, this is a lot different. You're. Yeah, so now we're talking about something that looks a little bit more like that. So looking at it from a farther away radar, you can see they're really not connected aloft. And this tail end Charlie supercell is actually a supercell, unlike the other one that was just another part of the line developing. So.
Oop.
Yeah, what do we get here? Or possible on that TSA storm.
Oh boy, there might be a strong tornado.
Even GSP's doing stuff here. Let me switch back to my radar.
Yeah. Yes.
Prefrontal confluence. Prefrontal confluence.
But yeah, I was going to say even.
Yep. The subtle stuff in the mid-leg will keep going.
Yeah, that was
right. It's going to get ingested eventually, but Yeah,
that was ripping past me earlier, and it was lightning pretty bad.
Echo tops like that too.
Warning.
Oh man, it's just a weird mode to see this. It's not something I've seen as well, so I'm getting used to it as well. But I kind of like it. Get a good idea of how is it shaping up. It's too bad you can't see like structure. Like if I could see like rotating updrafts, spinning around or something. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I don't think this has the capability to do that, but it would be really nice if it did. Volumetric stuff would do this. Cross sections would do this. But that's almost impossible to view live. You'd have to go back.
I saw a video from a Doppler on wheels of them doing like a 3D radar scan with echo tops and stuff like that, and you could literally see the whole thing rotating. It was insane.
Oh yeah. Once you get all the data, you scan around, play with it. It's
it looks like
crazy.
a tube.
Because it is.
And OAX just issued another tornado warning for Mills and Potawatomi. Let's see where this is here. What the heck?
Something I'm noticing about the tail end supercell here is no, it's moving east northeast. Never mind.
Is that no, that's the same line. Okay. Not a fun night in Omaha.
No. Wichita just issued another one.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting it. Let me check out.
This prefrontal confluence supercell here means business. If it can mature, but it does not have a lot of time.
Where is Wichita? Sometimes I forget that Wichita even exists. There you are.
Yeah, that's actually been spared in this event.
The really ironic part of the setup is the number one synoptic analog for the setup is 42691. Like from a synoptic standpoint, this is that's actually the closest to this.
Okay, never went that.
Little couplet action going on.
Maybe in the planes you want an event where you literally have models not showing anything firing until the literal hour of. I don't know.
Not a whole lot's been going on, Cam. I see his question.
It's been one of the more inactive high risks, that's for sure.
Who knows?
But
yeah. How long does this high risk go out for before does it? Oh my god.
All the way
That
until
was not
12Z.
even a sentence. That wasn't even a sentence. Yeah. 12Z.
Outlooks, yeah, 12Z to 12Z, unless they get rid of it, but they haven't.
Funny enough, I'm actually under, what is that, a marginal? No, that's just thunderstorm. Miami treats thunderstorms like it's a high risk.
Geary, guys.
Geary's where?
Geary, Oklahoma.
Meaning the southwest. That one.
That tail on Charlie is.
Yeah.
Yep, tornado warning immediately on it. That tail on Charlie is.
There it is.
Yep.
Huge yikes.
Yeah. I don't see the velocity yet, well, you'll get to it in a moment.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Well, it has a massive inflow surge coming in. Even though it's associated with the rest of this, like, its FFD is actually oriented in a way and it's not connected. So this is actually the only cell so far that seems to be working out as a more discrete supercell that isn't being just completely destroyed by the line.
Yeah, and
oh gosh. There's someone trying to chase
it's pitch
this.
black.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and it's pitch black.
All I saw was lightning.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's
you
pitch
really
black.
You have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is one of those high intensity chases, 100%. I imagine it's your first chase and you're chasing May 4th, 2007. Like the Greensburg May. Out of all the nights you could choose, imagine if it was that one.
Ugh.
We have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70 miles an hour winds and 1-inch hail in Fremont, Mills, and Pottawatomie, Iowa. I'm going to just quickly... Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. There's a destructive one near Topeka. Okay, we'll take a look at both of these. Let me go to the Topeka one first. That's not Topeka. Manhattan, Kansas is just reported another tornado. Okay. Let me find where that severe thunderstorm was. It this one? 2.7. Yeah, I think it was this one, isn't it? Destructive, yeah. So it's that one here.
Doesn't appear to be a mature, large enough supercell to really be able to drill through the slight stable air building in yet. Yet. Keyword yet, because it probably
we have another tornado warning for Osage and Pawnee. Sorry.
Alright. Yeah, so out ahead of the line over here to the east, the 700 millibar version has been terrorizing this, it seems, for the supercellular tornado threat, which is typical of May in the plains. Basically in May, you have to break through a layer of stable air advected off the Mexican plateau, and it's very hard to do that. So, yeah.
The radar is so dirty here. I really wish it was easier to see things.
Yeah, this mode down here is 100% a lot more supercellular.
Let me look at this other one here. This considerable for Fremont, Mills, and Pottawatomie. Is it this one? What is the wording for considerable? Does it just say this is a considerable storm? I really don't remember.
It says at the bottom. It says at the bottom of the thing. It says thunderstorm damage struck considerable.
It's this one right here. And
that
would be helpful if I was on the Omaha radar.
Yeah, and for destructive, it'll say destructive instead.
Mm-hmm.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Canadian County in Oklahoma, until 9:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 8:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Greenfield, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Expected hazards include tornado and half-dollar size hail. This is a radar-indicated location. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Geary, Okarche, and Greenfield. Take cover now. Move to a storm shelter, safe room, or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but north of Cedar Vale in Kansas, there might be a strong tornado on the ground.
Where?
Kansas.
Cedar Vale.
Cedar Vale.
Let me take a look at Kansas. Well, speaking of, okay, that's K, Oklahoma. That
it's
Norman
southeast
just issued.
of Wichita.
Really rain wrapped though.
This thing right here.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
the one that's
yes, I
crossing the
see
state
it.
line.
Yeah.
I see it. Yeah, that's a little problematic right there. And I'm sure if you get a reflectivity on it.
Let me get a reflectivity here.
Ooh, you can see it. It's buried in there. Can you see right there? It's hard to see, but look at that reflectivity. The higher it tries to give a little hook there. This is subtle. You have to really be paying attention to see that.
Yeah.
And the velocity, though, is more telling, but you can make out a hook in that.
It looks like Topeka just upgraded another one to destructive.
Boy.
It seems like the supercell trying to mature to the south of all of those other storms is very skeletal. So when I actually said before the April 27th setup that I thought actually the setup didn't impress me very much. Like when I was looking at that setup, I was like, I'm not really that impressed. But like the nighttime environment that had to materialize with all of those storms coming out of South Texas going towards that MCS, the MCS broke through the 700 millibar stable layer there, and helped those storms mature. But here, it looks like the timing for that's pretty wrong, and that storms are probably just getting ingested way before they can really do much in most cases. They might be producing brief, strong tornadoes, but they're going to get ingested very quickly before they can really take full advantage of the strong tornado threat. For the most part. This one here near Cleveland, if it doesn't get ingested, is concerning. It's just skeletal for looking anyway. Looks like it's really lacking in mass.
Osage. This is like the third time I said Osage. They've got another possible SVR. If you'll give me one moment, I gotta do something here and add another monitor to my ERN station.
After you've had 3 warnings in the same area in about a couple hours, I could see how some people would just throw
their phone,
throw the phone, throw the radio or something. I could see like okay.
This Midland thing is broken.
No, it's not. You're just under constant warning. Oh
yeah.
That's always a concern for us too. Warning the same area over and over,
so people get
because people come numb to it, but then they don't realize that the 6th warning might be the one that really matters, and we're not crying wolf. It's the cry wolf syndrome.
Yeah,
that's a real issue, and I do not feel. I do
like
not
someone throws their phone. Yeah. So you throw your phone, and then the 6th time it's, hey bud, you got a wedge heading to your house, and then they don't know. So typically when the National Weather Service warns something, it means there's a tornado, unless you're a specific office that I won't name.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna be honest.
If you know no rotation, you know what I mean.
Oh gosh. Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. Wednesday does not impress me as much as people are saying. But yeah, watch it's Wednesday that goes big for tornadoes.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Now you
Hey man, you know, crazy. I'm glad we've got a guy like you, because a lot of people like to fearmonger, and you're not that type of guy. You're just like, you know what? It doesn't impress me.
I mean, I knew. Well, I knew immediately. It's like, please stop talking about April 20th, that date. Come on, that was way in Birmingham, in another place, another part of the country. This isn't like that. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And that's really how we in the Weather Service treat this. Is okay, we hear this hype, whatever. Let's see what actually happens when we get the event itself, because it never plays out like you exactly think. Otherwise, if we knew how everything went, there wouldn't be humans issuing warnings, because we know exactly what would happen. We'd have monkeys issuing.
Yeah.
And, well, that's not going to happen. And this guy is really being adventurous in this chase. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the lightning. Actually, the lightning, I can actually make out some things, but it's...
Alrighty. Let's get ourselves a tornado here in the middle of nowhere.
Prefrontal confluence supercell near Cleveland needs to be watched very closely.
But then it comes back.
Oh, man.
What a mess. What a real mess.
Welcome to real life.
Yeah. Hey, say that again.
Somebody pulled over on the road there.
Yeah.
There's more people out here than I thought. Like, man, at 9 o'clock out here, we're out here driving on these highways in the middle of nowhere, you would think.
Yeah.
It's like another world.
Yeah, so guys, we have a pretty imminent strong tornado threat. The Cleveland supercell appears to be probably the storm that we've been waiting, 7 hours for.
Tell us, is it the Southwest? Is that the Southwest storm here?
It's out ahead. No, it's out ahead of the line. Go.
Oh, that one.
This one?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that one. Because because it's out ahead of the line. Oh, great. Ooh, okay. I see that. Now we play it forward.
Let me get a little more frames.
Yeah, please. That's a
Spare a
little...
few more.
Okay. All right, I see your hook. Now let's raise you let's raise you the velocity and let's see what you look like. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. And you can see why they warned on. Now that one, you saw that little flash right there, the higher collar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that looks like the alphabet soup finally spelt tornado there.
But it's out ahead of everything. Yep. It's by itself. It found clear air.
Yep.
It's going.
There you go.
Yeah, saying, forget this line. I'm coming out here. I'm going to go out into the corner, and I'm in a better environment than the line.
Yeah.
We've been saying all along, northeast of OKC, not south, not west, northeast. That's the favored direction.
Osage and Pawnee, okay.
Radar indicated, yep. That makes sense.
I was just looking for the counties because I didn't know what counties it was.
Sure.
Oh, it says Osage right there. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. Well, that's
I would be watching for downscale development. In the next probably 2 hours, I'd be watching for downscale development. The increasing sin in this environment further to the north of OKC, the increasing convective inhibition is actually probably going to help out sustain supercells rather than just the line. If you notice, the reflectivity in the line is generally sort of weakening and it's not doing as well, but these supercells down here are actually maintaining pretty well, even despite them still being outflow dominant.
So it looks like they're about to update that one right now to remove Pawnee, which makes sense because it's already past that. Yep, there we go.
If there is anything I will say about the supercell right here that I'm not preferring, it is skeletal. It is a very skeletal storm, but it's still extremely potent. But then again, storms that form off our confluence lines are going to be skeletal for the first about third of their lives typically. The first hour or two of their lives, they're almost always very skeletal storms. Like, I typically, when I'm looking for like the best like sort of confluence line setups, like in the southeast, you just want the widest worm sector possible, it seems like. But then you also, to get southeast like style tornadoes, I've noticed the shear profile that needs to be in place is super fickle. Like, even small differences can really not work out in the southeast with that kind of supercell. But when you have 3,000 to 4,000 cape, it doesn't need as fickle of low-level shear.
Minnesota tourists keep going off. I'm hearing them on my equipment here.
Actually,
I might quickly just for a couple seconds go check out some of these tours here. Your bookings in FSD.
I think you'll find, I'm going to send you something. I think you'll find this pretty intriguing.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I'm still getting over those chase pictures in the dark. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Every time you click through that, I'm just going, yikes. Oh my gosh.
I agree.
You've got to be another type of person with some pretty big things to want to do that.
If you do that in my area, just my area, you're going to hit a deer. It's forget the store part. You got all this other stuff that can happen.
I'm not sure how to even read those. I don't. My brain isn't smart enough to read that, so I'm going to go back to this other one here.
What? Okay. Yeah, it's formed into a nice line up there.
I'm not sure which is.
Yeah.
I guess ICT is closer, probably.
Okay, here we go. The supercell's not that skeletal anymore. It's probably only a matter of time before we see this supercell become significantly tornadic. It's only... What I'm noticing, too, is the line is kind of reorienting itself, which is actually making it take a little longer.
Yeah, that's a little... whoa.
Hello.
How about, let's turn on the reflectivity
How about them apples?
Turn on the reflectivity, please.
Yeah.
That's got time. That's not.
Whoa, hello.
Yo, yeah, that's a yikes. That's a okay. If you didn't have a tornado warning,
that spells tornadoes in all caps.
That spells you've got some issues here.
Yeah,
that's a good warning. That's a
Let's
hold on to that rascal for a few. Oh gosh, is someone actually trying to? That guy's been hauling butt trying to get to this.
Brandon Kopik has been through like 3 states.
Okay. Marcel, southeast of Hominy, is probably about to produce. Given the fact that the line is still... Let me actually measure how far away it is to the west. It's about 15 miles to the west. And it's not going to ingest it for a little while. I think there's a good chance this produces a tornado with a track length of at least 20 miles.
Mm.
So this is, event's not over, clearly, because this is most certainly
TSA,
very dangerous.
it looks like they're about to issue a new tour for this. Or, never mind, it's right up here for a different thing.
It's right there, yeah.
I'm pretty sure if that's not on the ground.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a flash flood warning for northwestern Canadian County in central Oklahoma, Kingfisher County in central Oklahoma, northwestern Logan County in central Oklahoma, northern Payne County in central Oklahoma, southeastern Noble County in northern Oklahoma, southern Blaine County in northwestern Oklahoma, northeastern Custer County in western Oklahoma, until 12:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. At 9:10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms, causing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Stillwater, Watonga, Kingfisher, Crescent, Thomas, Glencoe, Dover, Custer City, Mulhall, Cimarron City, Orlando, Greenfield, Loyal, Lovell, Lake Carl Blackwell, Lake McMurtry, Fay and Omega. Heavy rain will continue in and around Kingfisher and will move into the Stillwater area. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.
Also, you can find a road going northeast too.
Which there just isn't.
Well, I think it's assuming that you are on a stair-step grid, which is why it's like
yes, because it's velocity, please, on this.
Oh yeah, that's
Marley.
Pretty
Sorry, what happened?
Change it to the velocity, please.
All right, sorry. I have like 6 different EAS alerts playing through my headphones right now. Oh my goodness.
That's a oh my goodness. If that's not on the ground, I don't know what is. That's a yikes.
Yeah. If that ain't on the ground, there's never been a tornado on the ground in the history of tornadoes.
That's
taking a look at this from farther away radars. I mean, it's
and look what time it is.
It's and it looks like they're gonna make that observed. So I'm gonna go make a tweet about this right now.
Hey, that guy is still not gonna catch up.
That wow.
It's observed now. So
can we see the CC?
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Let me look at CC here.
CC's not that impressive, but remember we are in the plains. So.
Yeah, there's not a lot for it to hit, but yeah.
I think I see it. I think I see it.
I do see.
Possible. It's possible.
Oh no!
Yeah.
It is. That's a massive debris ball. That is a massive debris ball.
Yep.
Loop it, please. It's much easier to loop it to see it. All right. it's hard to say.
It looks like it was right about there.
Yeah, but keep in mind that's also where the reflectivity dropped off, right there.
Yeah.
Here, I have a loop of it.
I gotta take a picture of this really quick, and then I'm gonna put it back. So just so I can put this on Twitter.
Here, there you go. Oh, that's a loop. That's a loop for you, Patrick. That's a massive debris ball, 100%.
Yeah, right there.
100%.
Whoa.
All right, you want me to loop CC or what do you want me to loop?
I mean, you don't even need CC in a storm like this. You just need reflectivity to know it's a strong tornado on the ground.
Or you just wait for it to cross that road up there that this chaser is desperately trying to get. He's not going to make it.
Yeah.
And this is like an exercise in futility.
All right, I gotta Photoshop this really quick.
Yeah, that is.
Come on, we've been doing this
blacked
for
out the CC.
We've been doing this for 6 hours. I gotta give the audience something interesting who have sat by and watched this. Something to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The southernmost supercell is just not. The tail end Charlie just doesn't look tornadic at all. Even though it really, you'd think it would be, but
look how that's wrapping up into the. Oh gosh. Yeah, I see that reflectivity surge right there. That would signify a debris.
Oh my! That newest scan is that's something
scary. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, that is scary.
That's a yikes. Yeah.
This is.
Radar confirmed tornado. They went with it. They went with it. So it's pretty much yeah.
Radar confirmed.
Yeah. Where is that over? Is there anything there?
Barnstall.
This is a very similar setup to.
Is there a road right there it's about to cross?
By the way, guys, we're not going to be done with Confluence Line. Oh, they PDS'd it. They PDS'd this.
Oh, is this PDS now?
Yes. So, keep this in mind. I want you to know if you're using radar scope, especially, a PDS is going to show up with the same thing as a tornado emergency. You need to click on it and see if it says a considerable or catastrophic. If it says catastrophic, it's emergency. If it says considerable, it's PDS.
It's PDS. Now, see, this is when I want PDS. When you've confirmed the rascal and it's got higher winds, that's when I want to see PDS worrying. Not this, PDS, it's not confirmed. That doesn't tell me anything. Tell me it's confirmed and you've got a yikes. Yeah. See, this is the kind of warning I want to see for these situations. I rank tornado warnings, and a PDS tour means very little to me. This is like the second to highest level. And the only level left is that thing has to hit a town head on.
Alrighty.
That's the emergency.
That's the emergency. Okay.
Yeah, think about.
Hello there.
Now,
well, that's definitely the first intense tornado of the night. Okay.
And see, here's the thing: you've made this confirmed. You're saying it's particularly dangerous. You realize now you have checked off every box but one. To make this an emergency, it needs to be heading for a highly populated area. But here we don't see that, so it's not going to make it. But you're one check mark shy of it.
Yeah.
All right. TDS reaches up to 15 kilofeet high on this guy.
Oh, but it did hit something very big.
5, supposedly.
It hit a community near Hominy. That's what I'm going to say.
It probably hit that road. There's a road crossing there. That guy is frantically trying to catch up.
Hey, I want to show you.
Oh my gosh.
By the way, that's not a good situation. It's definitely starting to weaken now, but
no.
Even if it's starting to weaken, its environment favors it to go until it gets ingested by the line. So it's not.
It'll
after this. It might be more
cycle.
Line development too.
I'm gonna check the tornado warning near Akarchi.
Wait. Which way is this headed versus which way the line is headed?
That's headed for Barnsdall.
No, it's going to get ingested here pretty soon. That's good. Or is it?
Also, the tornado warning near Arcarchi, it might be on the ground. I'm just going to tell you that.
Yeah, it'll get ingested here somewhat soon, but not soon enough, clearly.
The tail and Charlie and Kingfisher and Canadian counties will be watching that one.
I've been watching this tail on Charlie forever. I think it's still screwed
I'm pretty
by
sure it was on the
the
ground for
line.
just a brief second, assuming.
If this wasn't where it is, like at the tail end of the line, I don't even want to imagine the tornadoes this would be producing. I really don't.
Either way, that was pretty. That was a big shock, but it wasn't really that surprising because this environment's conducive for that kind of weather. So.
I made a tweet. I said this has been one of the most unfavorable mesoscale evolutions for significant tornadoes that I've ever seen. But people took it as, oh, it's a bust, and I'm like, no, guys, I just said the mesoscale did not go as planned.
I mean, you're still gonna get intense tornadoes like this one right here.
Yeah, it's kind of inevitable with a setup like this. You'll get at least a couple.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's very when you have a higher end ceiling like this. Even the floor is significant tornadoes. I think that's what people fail to understand. Is like when you have a setup so significant, it is practically impossible to not have a couple significant tornadoes slip through the cracks. It's just, do you get 2 or do you get 30? You know. You know what I'm saying?
Anyways, I'll be watching out if you live in Barnsdall as well as Bartlesville. And
I agree. Sorry, I'm back on the radar now.
Yeah.
Continue.
Assuming that this tornado goes on for a little bit longer and doesn't get ingested by the line as fast as people are saying it could, then I'd be probably in your shelters at this point.
I mean, either way, it's gonna last at least it's gonna have another 10 to 15 miles at least of path length, so it'll make it to Barnsdall.
Yeah,
probably.
Barnsdall will most
actually it'll miss Barnsdall just to the west by about a mile.
No, not really.
No, look at if you loop it, it really is moving a little bit to the west of Barnsdall, thankfully. That is a very, very, very strong tornado. Yeah. But thankfully we didn't have 10 more of these today so far. You know?
Yeah. But it's only 10:30 so far, you know? I also find it kind of crazy. We had a tornado near Minden, actually. Like they need another one.
Yeah. Minden.
Minden probably had some of its original tornado debris already lofted by that tornado, I assume. Unless they've already cleaned that all up. That was also.
And they're going to continue this tornado warning.
It's actually cyclic too, so that's kind of a blessing in disguise. This is a cyclical supercell, not a long tracker.
Shelby also probably got hit, but the tornado's off the ground, but I'd still be watching out if you live in Tenet and Harlan as well.
That guy's gonna come up across the road where the tornado crossed right now.
Yeah, so he's gonna see damage.
He's gonna see damage. Yeah, see where he is.
Brendan Kopic is a mad lad.
No, I'm focusing on
what happened?
We actually do have discrete development and
Marley, focus that.
Re-elevated.
Focus the
focus what?
The stream.
Full screen.
Yeah.
Ryan, hold on.
We gotta see if there's any damage that we can pick up on.
He'll probably get there in another 5 minutes. Because see, right now he's west of where it would have crossed this road. Now you can see the lightning. You can definitely see a lightning. My goodness.
We have a lot of free-flowing
Talk
confidence.
about a discrete supercell ahead of the line. Wow.
Yep, this was the one.
It's gonna happen a lot more.
Flashers, he's going. Oh, it's a state trooper. Wow.
No, that was a storm chaser.
That was another storm chaser. Okay, I was gonna say, it's like, what is that?
Oh, 5.
Get his audio going here
and see if.
Yeah, it's just road
I'll
noise.
give you a hint. It still does.
Yeah.
Let's see where he's at now.
I'm saying I'm wondering
this.
if any new confluence lines are going to try to form supercells
He's
along
still-
them overnight.
He's still got to go another
I'll
5
refocus
miles.
it. I'll refocus
Yeah.
it once he gets there. I'm just gonna keep
Yeah.
on this for now.
I mean, and here's the thing. You realize as he's trying to race to that line is going to catch him from behind. What if there's a gust front coming through that? That's not going to be a...
Might be.
Oh yeah, that isn't even a road. That's a warning box.
That's a warning, I thought that was a road. You're right. Well, what is the road? Oh,
He's going up.
oh gosh.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's not gonna see where the damage was.